Chapter 1259 First Conversation. Wang Wei looked at her, the woman he had spent the past few billion years and more thinking about it. The one that forced him to dream just so he could remember her touch. She was as beautiful as he remembered, maybe even more so since this one differed from the one he married. This Wu Hong was colder and lonelier, and she did not hide her power or commanding presence. It was apparent to him that this one had a wall surrounding her regarding their relationship. However, a smile crept in the corner of his mouth after seeing her hair color. "Sorry about that, it was just instinct," Wang Wei finally said before sitting down again in the water. "I understand your situation is weird, but be mindful that I am not her," Wu Hong calmly stated. "So, she did leave you her memory?" "She did, but I sealed most of them," Wu Hong nodded. "Why?" "She's biased, and I don't know how she came to be." Wang Wei nodded. When it came to the time shenanigans that his future self was involved in, his response was usually to begrudgingly go along with it, putting some level of trust in himself and his future. However, it seems that Wu Hong's approach is to be on guard and show no trust whatsoever, which is a fair response. The dimensions suddenly became awkwardly quiet, with the sound of water the only thing echoing in the surroundings. "Why are you suddenly so quiet?" "From the memories I kept, you're a very chatty person, especially when you're around her," Wu Hong said. Wang Wei sighed. "You must give me some grace, as the situation is quite disheartening. I've lived 2 lives, and it seems my love life might be ill-fated." "How so?" "In my first life, my family constantly pressured me to start a family. They even wanted to force me into a political marriage. I died young and without anyone to call a partner. Then, in my second life, I finally found a woman that made my heart beat, a woman I want to spend eternity with, but what happened? Well, it turned out she's a clone of a powerful cultivator, and not only is she a clone, but the clone of the future self of that cultivator, a clone that she has no memories or knowledge of making. So, the situation turns into the fact that I may lose the love of my life if I don't play my cards correctly. If it isn't ill-fated, I don't know what it is." Stating it out loud does put everything into a strange perspective, Wu Hong nodded. She knew the situation was messed up, but it truly dawned on her until he explained it in these words. "I want to ask you something," Wang Wei continued. "Do I have a chance?" Wu Hong played with her hair. "I think I've already given you the answer to this question. But it's different if I hear it directly from you. You should understand that most women do not communicate directly." "But you're not any woman, are you?" Wang Wei rebutted. "Fair point," Wu Hong nodded. "The answer is yes, but I want you to understand something clearly. Fate has no bearing on whether we end up together. No one is entitled to me, not even Grand Dao." "That's understandable. I promise to leave you alone if you ask me to." "Giving up so easily," she smirked. Wang Wei's heart skipped a beat. She was indeed different, but once in a while, he could detect a sliver of his Wu Hong. "I believe that's called respective boundaries," he replied with a more confident smile. Wu Hong calmly raised her right leg to wash it. "I have lived a long life, well, at least compared to you. In my long cultivation journey, things have become dull, a fog of continuous gray. But I must admit that the memories of my supposedly other self brought some shade of colors to my life." She looked him in the eyes. "Can you be the one to accompany me throughout this journey, or will my life continue as it were before?" "I'm fine with either outcome." Wang Wei nodded as he now understood her mindset. The cultivation path is long and arduous, so people have Dao companions to accompany them. However, someone like Wu Hong, who has already traveled so far, is alright with finding someone to accompany her from now on or continue doing what she's been doing. However, that someone cannot be just anyone else. "In that case, let's start from the basics," Wang Wei said, deciding to take a regular approach to a truly complex situation. "Hi, my name is Wang Wei. It's nice to meet you." Wu Hong looked at him strangely before a soft smile appeared in the corner of her mouth. "Wu Hong, and the pleasure is also mine." "Favorite color?" "Red and white." Wang Wei nodded. His Wu Hong's favorite colors were black and red, but it's normal for people's colors to change over time, especially with cultivators' long lifespans. Mine is purple and gray, he added. I'm 195 meters tall. You? The same. My favorite tea is Longjue tea. Yours? Snow Trail tea. This answer was also different as this tea was her third favorite, Wang Wei thought. Favorite food? That would be dragon heart, phoenix liver, with a side of dream rice, Wu Hong answered. And it cannot just be any dragons. It's the water dragon from the dragon blessing world. The phoenix also has to be prepared with 5 elements materials. Otherwise, its flame Dao will reduce the taste by a lot. A food connoisseur, heh? Wang Wei stated. His Wu Hong was into food, but she never showed him it was to this extent. However, she always said he had never tasted genuinely delicious food. What made the dragon from that world so delicious? They are the protagonist of their world, so that blessing adds to their taste, Wu Hong explained. Additionally, the water dragons in that world receive a lot of worship due to their control of rivers, oceans, and rains. The incense further elevated the taste. And as you know, water is the soft element, which makes the dragon's meat incredibly tender, Wu Hong explained. One time, I hunted 3 simultaneously and transferred all the taste into a single dish. It was truly sublime. Oh, how I wish I could taste it again. You can look forward to it once you return to your full strength. Wu Hong sighed. It's not that simple. I'm pretty sure one of those damn dragons acquired a transcendent method. Given how much I hunted them down back then, I must be on some kind of list in that world. That's a shame, but one day, we'll also reach that level, and we can hunt those dragons together, Wang Wei said, and Wu Hong noticed the "we" he secretly put in that sentence but did not mention it. What about the phoenix liver and dream rice? The liver corresponds to wood in the 5 elements, so after cooking, it basically turns into a vegetable dish, Wu Hong explained. As for the dream rice, that's something I got from another paragon who also loves food. He made everyone in his grand mist will dream about good food and turn that energy into nourishment to cultivate a rice field. I added my specialty to the 6 emotions 7 desire spices, and it elevates the rice to another level. Wouldn't the negative emotions ruin the taste? I can separate them, but even with them, it doesn't, Wu Hong explained. Using them gives the sensation when you're eating something so good, but you know it's terrible for your body. That sounds heavenly. Wang Wei almost drooled thinking about it. It is, Wu Hong nodded. But enough about me. What's your favorite food? I was going to say braised beef, specifically, the one you made for me by infusing the essence of 12 tier 9 demon bowls into it, but I feel a sense of inferiority after what you just said. As you should, Wu Hong said. That is a pathetic choice. And who is to blame? He stared at her. Yourself, of course, she replied. You could have hunted a few demon empyreans and learned to make excellent meals with those materials. From what I remember, you had many unique ideas on the culinary arts. So, it's your fault for not pursuing this path and relying on me, I mean, her, to dictate your standard of food. Is this a challenge? Wang Wei asked. I'm just stating the truth. It's not my fault if that hurts you. Okay, you've done it, you've successfully struck my pride, Wang Wei sneered. I want you to remember this day. One day, I'll make a meal way better than your favorite or most outstanding culinary achievements. I hope when that day comes, your pride won't get in the way of admitting it is better. No need to worry about that, Wu Hong chuckled, her smile brightening the room. Since that day will never come. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1260 Time Mark in ChronoSpirit. Well, this was more enjoyable than I anticipated, Wu Hong said as she stood up. Wang Wei's eyes were the most focused he's ever been in his life. Sadly, there was a mist around her body that even his fate eyes could not penetrate. Damn it, he cursed, but his face remained unchanged. It's not like I haven't seen it before. A robe appeared around Wu Hong as she fixed her hair. Leaving already? I have something to do, she nodded. Wu Hong then looked at Wang Wei. You should be careful. Even if destiny is on your side, you should not treat these people carelessly. No matter what, they are paragons, and that alone makes them a threat. I do take them seriously. Then, why haven't you protected your time mark or established a ChronoSpirit? Have you done so for your subordinate? You practice time Dao, so there should be no issue. Wang Wei frowned. Time mark and ChronoSpirits are essential for battles between paragons, to be precise, battles between boundless and inextinguishable paragons. These two entities are complicated to kill. One has too many ways to revive themselves, while the other is unkillable unless you weaken their will. However, body refiners are essentially sadists who temper their will by pushing their bodies to the extreme, making their willpower terrifying beyond comprehension. Given the survivability of these creatures, there should be a ton of them, especially since they have an infinite lifespan. Unfortunately, that is not entirely true. There is a quick and efficient way to kill these creatures: kill their weak past selves. The restraint of the river of time is at an all-time low for paragons, so dealing with each other or weak entities from the eternal path is the best way to deal with them. However, things also become complicated when it comes to messing with time, especially in source chaos worlds. Any changes to time from these worlds can have butterfly effects on the primary river of time that runs through the entire chaos universe. As such, paragons had to be clever in how they went about erasing someone from the past. Firstly, they must isolate their enemy's timeline from the river of fate through their time mark before killing them. The process was like scooping one drop of water from an ocean before destroying the drop to prevent it from influencing the entire ocean. To protect themselves, paragons will refine ChronoSpirits, an entity that hides their marks and protects their timeline. In the early stages of the development of this world, it was common for someone to secretly discover a paragon's time mark and kill them before they could react. Then, the concept of ChronoSpirit was invented by someone before spreading and becoming part of Paragon's must-do list. I never planned to meet these parasites before protecting myself, Wang Wei thought. He knew it was easier for someone of higher cultivation to detect someone else's time mark, so he had already been protected by his mark with past Buddha self. As for his ChronoSpirit, he planned to refine it after he entered the taboo realm and acquired Paragon strength. My time mark is protected, and I plan to refine the spirit later on when I'm stronger, Wang Wei explained. It's not good enough, Wu Hong shook her head. She raised her hand to condense two talismans. This is my experience on the matter. Take this seriously since it involves your life. Wang Wei received the talisman, and before he could do a preliminary check, she had disappeared, leaving a few last words. Well, meet again once the celebration starts. Wang Wei smiled. I'm glad to see she's still a little drama queen. He may not have detected how fate was guiding him to meet Wu Hong in this place, but there is no chance she did not detect it. Yet, she did not hide, leave, or send him away. Instead, she waited and even wanted to take him by surprise to see how he would react. Wang Wei focused and read the information in the talisman. His happiness soon dissipated. She was right. My method of hiding my mark was truly insufficient. With a brief introduction, Wang Wei realized his methods were shoddy even to the weakest paragon. Wang Wei sighed. He had just wholly adapted to how Empyreans fought and felt confident that his current techniques would be sufficient against paragons once he entered the taboo battle realm. However, Wu Hong's warning reminded him that paragon battles were another dimension of complexity. Why didn't the sect remind me? Wang Wei said with gritted teeth, trying to blame someone. Since ascending to the upper dimension, he kept making small mistakes, but they were all errors that could easily end his life and cultivation journey. Wang Wei exhaled to calm down. He knew there was no point in blaming them since he was the one who refused to receive their complete help. The information they provided them warned him of Paragon's ability. Additionally, they probably figured he would lay low for countless yuan epochs to cultivate in the shadow, and only after becoming a paragon would he start dealing with these parasites. Success can easily breed arrogance, and arrogance is the bane of success, Wang Wei thought as he exhaled. He frowned as he realized something. Her tone when she warned me, it was like the danger I'm going to face was not the far future but something coming soon. Does she know something? Countless thoughts flashed in his mind. Could it be that whatever major event that is going to happen involves one of the parasites? It would make sense why I could not detect anything. Wang Wei previously thought he failed because Heavenly Tao was involved since so many people with great destinies were present, and possibly because of Sun Zhenyo's perfect aura that protected her. However, it could be those things and the fact that a paragon will appear in this event. But how can one of them show up in this place? Can they just leave the battlefield unattended? Or are they just sending a clone or projection? Wang Wei frowned. With Sun Zhenyo's appeal, he would not be surprised if one of these bastards sneaks in to see her. I need to prepare. Wang Wei immediately contacted Wang Qi and the others, ordering them to prepare for a possible battle. He also activated his spirit particle in the fate-changing hall, sending a message to all the members to prepare for the possibility of a world-class mission, which was semi-mandatory. According to the hall's rules, everyone would be aware of the mission but could still choose not to participate. However, the benefits of such a mission usually offered triple the reward, at a minimum. Of course, it is also stated clearly that such a mission was also generally extremely difficult, hence the increased incentive. Since the hall started, this would be the first world-class mission. I should also prepare some talismans to protect my men's time marks, as she said, Wang Wei thought. He began to comprehend the talisman's contents to prepare while enjoying this bath. Wang Wei lost track of time, and it wasn't until he felt a rush of energy that traveled through his body that he woke up. I've completed the initial stage of body-will fusion. He sensed everybody happening in his body. Now, I only need to pass the flesh tribulation, and I can enter the fourth heaven and the middle stage. Hopefully, I won't have a bottleneck. The effect of the hot spring was better than he had imagined. Now that the spring no longer had any effect on him, Wang Wei left. He was in an excellent mood. His first encounter with his future wife went well despite the initial awkwardness. She gave him a present, and he made progress in his cultivation. With such an excellent mood, he searched again for hot springs to help him. He discovered one that gave a 10% blessing in cultivating the soul and used it. By the time he finished, it was time for his meeting with Su Shi and Lin Fan, so Wang Wei left. Their meeting was in a private booth in the best restaurant at the center location. The restaurant was called Beauty Palette, and Wang Wei suspected it was one of Sun Zhenyo's many industries. By the time he arrived, they were already waiting. I thought we were friends, Wang Wei said as soon as he entered the room. We are, Su Shi said, her expression showing she was confused by these words. Then, why are you telling Xiao Tiandi about my business? Oh, that, Su Shi replied. He came to see me, and his master is friends with our master, so I had to say something. Su Shi was clever and knew Wang Wei did not mind what she did. However, she immediately revealed small but significant information about Emperor Kong and Sun Junyao to appease him. And I did not say anything that wasn't semi-public. Is that so? Wang Wei nodded. He had suspicions about some connection between these two, but it was good to have confirmation. In that case, it's fine. The three sat down and started their reunion. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1261 Lin Fan's Grand Destiny, How Are Things Have Been? Wang Wei asked after sitting down. Good, Su Shi replied. It would have been better if the current situation was not as it is. The upper dimension has so many resources, and they have a kind teacher like Emperor Kong. I can tell, Wang Wei nodded. He noticed these two had already finished Foundation re-establishment, and they all completed 9 Supremacy Foundation and entered the 10-fold battle realm. How is Headmaster Baihan doing? It's been a while since I saw him, Wang Wei asked, somewhat curious whether the latter had reconciled with his father. He's doing fine, Lin Fan said before quickly changing the conversation. Let me ask you, Suya never changed her mind, right? After everybody left, she stayed in the lower dimension, correct? Wang Wei looked at him. No, she is still in the lower dimension. Good, 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 he uttered 3 times, his eyes not hiding his killing intent. Have you thought about the consequences of killing her? I know the Yi Moon Palace is one of the upper members of the Grand Sect Alliance. However, the risk should be minimized if I can cultivate fast enough and kill her. Normally, that would be the case, Wang Wei replied. Does Suya have another identity? Su Shi immediately asked. They have been investigating the situation and planning this assassination for a while. Have you heard of the Yi Moon Palace's Desire Spectrum book? I heard it was one of their sect's luck-condensing artifacts, known to be terrifying for its power of illusion and controlling people's emotions, Su Shi replied. The Grand Sect Alliance used to hold a grand event in which countless sects, including the other overlords, would send their people to use the book to temper their Tao heart. Although these factions have their own method, they knew it paled in comparison to that book. As soon as Su Shi said these words, her face turned ugly. Lin Fan also figured out something and his expression mirrored his wife's. Could it be? That's right, Wang Wei nodded. Most people don't know that the book is divided into upper and lower parts. The upper part was created by 9 paragons with the 6 emotions 7 desires physique, most of which were artificially created since not everyone from the lower dimension could become paragons. Meanwhile, the lower part is incomplete because only the emperors from the lower dimension can write it. Suya will be the 8th writer from the lower dimension, meaning the palace will greatly value her, especially if she becomes an eternal. Su Shi and Lin Fan were quiet. They thought they were lucky since the Yi Moon Palace did not cultivate one of the Alliance's 5 primal paragons. Sadly, they were confronted with another terrible truth, the limitations of their background. No matter how good Emperor Kong and the Academy's current situation was, it did not change the fact that they were new, meaning they were not privy to many secrets. Additionally, it meant that when facing these ancient behemoths, they could only suffer. And this might not be the extent of her value, Wang Wei added. There is more? Su Shi asked. Once this era ends, we will not return to the era of the 13 Overlord. The next era will be the race for transcendence. Su Shi and Lin Fan squinted. Emperor Kong once said something similar but never elaborated on what that meant despite their asking. He only said they were too weak to get involved in such matters. After that book is completed, it might reveal a path to transcendence, thus raising its level to an incomprehensible level, Wang Wei continued. He was not saying these words out of nowhere. After his encounter with the Heart Desire Palace, he believed these people had mastered a transcendent path involving 6 emotions, 7 desires, and obsession. What exactly is transcendence? Su Shi asked. Wang Wei opened his mouth and was about to answer when a weird atmosphere enveloped the room, warning him not to talk too much to these ants about such secrets of heaven and earth. Well, as you can see, you two are too weak to know such a secret, Wang Wei shrugged. He once told these people some basic information about this path, but he planned to be more detailed this time. However, it seems Grand Dao was not happy with his actions. Meanwhile, Su Shi and Lin Fan's faces were paled. The aura that descended in the room was genuinely terrifying. However, you should be able to deduce some information, Wang Wei added. The 2 sons, Lin Fan uttered. They had guessed these 2 had transcended the Paragon realm. That's right, Wang Wei nodded. So, there is nothing we can do? Lin Fan said, anger and hatred flashing in his eyes. I never said that, Wang Wei continued. It will be a race, but just because you guys are behind doesn't mean you can catch up and surpass the people from the Grand Sect Alliance. After all, do you think anyone can walk that path? If Mithraea was telling the truth, she plans to share how to achieve half-step transcendence with the world, giving the factions in the Eternal Ascension world a greater opportunity for advancement than the rest of the Chaos universe. However, even with her gracious actions, the amount of people who will succeed will be counted on one hand. No, the Eternal Ascension world is the destiny center of the Chaos universe, so that number might increase by 2 or 3 times, but even then, it will take a long time before such a thing is possible. Additionally, Wang Wei has predicted a large migration of foreigners into the Eternal Ascension world who wish to compete for this opportunity. The situation will be chaotic, so it's not even guaranteed some factions from the previous 13 overlords will survive until they can give birth to a half-step Transcendent. He did not mention that the Moon Palace would have a target on their backs once people realized the value of that book. Overall, Su Shi and Lin Fan's situation is not as hopeless as it seems, but it's also not as good since their academy is not even a paragon lineage. Thank you for telling us this information, Su Shi said after regaining her composure. Yes, truly, thank you, Lin Fan added. They might have discovered some of this information later on, but the part about transcendence was uncertain. At the very least, it would be too late when they learned about it. Now that they know everything, they can better prepare for what course of action to take next. No problem, Wang Wei waved his hand. He told them for 2 reasons. Firstly, Su Shi was indeed a friend, so he did mind provided some help to her. However, this was now his primary motive. Lin Fan's current situation reminded him of these protagonists in novels who wanted revenge. Unfortunately, their target was a powerful faction that forced them to cultivate a much higher realm before avenging their hatred. One way luck and destiny manifest themselves is by giving their chosen one an impossible task to conquer, Wang Wei thought. Lin Fan, as a possible chess piece of the Chaos Demon Gods, was granted the destiny of overcoming the Moon Palace. No, with how weird Emperor Kong's destiny is, it might be their task is to overcome one of the 13 overlords, and luckily, it's the Grand Sect Alliance. These two were lucky their destiny did not target the Dao opening sect. Otherwise, Wang Wei would immediately eliminate them after deducing everything. He would not even spare Su Shi because of their friendship. The question now is why the Grand Sect Alliance? Wang Wei thought. Was it chosen randomly amount of the 13 overlord? Or because they were previously the most powerful? Countless thoughts flashed in his mind. It could also be related to that book. If it's really a prototype to a transcendent path, maybe their sect cannot bear the luck of having such an object, and their eventual destruction is the result of luck backlash, Wang Wei analyzed. This conjecture sounds the most logical and likely, but I feel something bigger is at play. There is a more grand picture that I'm not seeing. Su Shi glanced at Wang Wei. She could tell he knew way more than he was letting on. However, she also knew there was no point in asking since he did not share it in the first place. Everything this man did was calculated, so there was no point in asking if he had already decided how much information to share. Alright, let's get on topic, Wang Wei said. He had already deduced Lin Fan's future, which was full of struggle against the Grand Sect Alliance and his attempt at reviving his child. Although he felt bad for his friend that was about to get sucked into that whirlpool, there was nothing he could do unless Su Shi wished to separate from him. The only thing Wang Wei can do is, at the right time, remind her to lean more on Emperor Kong's destiny so as not to be swallowed entirely by her husband's destiny. It would be best for her to acquire a destiny on par with these two, but this was not a simple feat if you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know and report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1262 The Academies. Did Emperor Kong say anything about the celebration? Wang Wei asked. Anything specific? Su Shi asked. Anything about how weird this event is? The master did start acting weird after arriving in this place, Lin Fan added. As soon as he arrived, he told us he wanted to check something and left. He didn't tell us anything else, Su Shi nodded. So, Kong is not part of this event, Wang Wei thought. However, with the latter's friendship with Sun Junyao, he might be able to get more information. Do you want to see our master? Su Shi asked. That would be best, Wang Wei nodded. We will pass your request to him, Su Shi said. The three then chatted about many other things, mainly their experience since ascending. The food was delicious, but Wang Wei was disappointed after imagining the food his future wife talked about. Once everything finished, they separated. Wang Wei returned to his inn and started protecting his time mark. He realized it was hard to improvise substantially in such a short period, so he thought of another method inspired by his meeting with old man Tianji. He used the time mark of a bunch of mortals and people weaker than him to hide his mark. He summoned a projection of the River of Fate to control the mortals. As for the cultivators and people weaker than him, Wang Wei mainly used the people from his fate-changing hull. With this method, a paragon would have to skim through trillions of other people's time marks before having a chance at finding his. Emperor Enlightening Academy's resting post, Su Shi and Lin Fan returned home. After today's meeting, they had a lot on their minds, so they remained quiet for more than an hour after returning home. Do you think we should tell the master what we've learned? Lin Fan asked. It's probably best if we do so. We won't be able to hide it for long anyway. True. They waited for a few hours until Emperor Kong returned home. He was apparently distracted, his mind still occupied by whatever meeting he had just attended. However, as soon as Kong saw his disciples, he could tell they wanted to speak to him. Did something happen? Well, yes, Su Shi said. She took a moment and explained everything that occurred with the meeting with Wang Wei. The Grand Sect Alliance again, it seems they are destined to be our enemy, Emperor Kong sighed. The most prominent academy of the Eternal Ascension world is the Benevolent Oath Academy, and they are the top member of the Alliance, taking a spot amongst the 5 primal paragons. However, that academy suffered tremendously in this era as the Parasites eradicated or shut down all their branches because they did not want them to continue training more cultivators and because the academy had such an enormous influence due to how many cultivators owed them karmic debt. Then, Emperor Kong came along and convinced the Parasites to reopen the academies to serve them under his leadership. Since then, the Benevolent Oath Academy has sent people to secretly contact him, both in an attempt to recruit and intimidate him. After experiencing a few plots and schemes, Emperor Kong has long predicted that the Alliance might be the destined enemy in his rise to the top of the Eternal Ascension world. The Een Moon Palace, Emperor Kong muttered. I never thought they would become such an important piece. He still could not understand how this book involved the Transcendent path. Then, he remembered something, the Heart Desire Palace? Kong had collected the ruins and records of many top lineages to make up for his academy's foundation, so he knew many secrets. It would explain why so many factions feared them, Emperor Kong thought. Everything makes sense if these 2 factions had half-stepped Transcendence cultivators before the ultimate taboo. Now that he had figured out the ins and outs, Emperor Kong thought about how to use this information. Sadly, as of now, their academy is too weak to get involved in anything associated with transcendence. Master, what should we do now? Lin Fan asked. We must take this opportunity that the Grand Sect Alliance's paragons and primals are dead to secretly weaken them as much as possible, Emperor Kong stated. We can probably work with Wang Wei, Su Shi shared. With his personality, he won't accept the Dao opening sect not being the best. In fact, he's probably already planning on how to weaken the Grand Sect Alliance. That's a good idea, Emperor Kong nodded. However, if what you say about him is true, we should watch out so that he doesn't sacrifice us when things are over. True, Su Shi nodded. By the way, he also wants to meet you. It's about time we meet officially, Emperor Kong nodded. However, let's wait until the celebration ends. Sun Junyao refused to tell him anything concrete, but with Wang Wei's presence and his destiny, he guessed something significant was about to happen. As such, he decided to wait and observe first before meeting Wang Wei. Master, did something happen on your side? Lin Fan asked. Emperor Kong's eyes suddenly lit up. I just received some important news from Sun Junyao that benefits our current situation. I was previously hesitating given the risks involved, but now, I know this may be our only chance. Oh. It's about something called the Mortalhood Trial, Emperor Kong stated before explaining everything. That is indeed great news, Lin Fan said. He did not know when Suya would ascend, but the higher their cultivation by the time she did, the better the situation for him. Do you want me to ask Wang Wei to convince the Dao opening sect? Su Shi asked. No need for that for now, Emperor Kong replied. Sun Junyao told me she would meet with the Dao opening sect's current sect leader and ask him personally. If that doesn't work, well, use the Wang Wei approach. Good, she nodded. One more thing. You guys need to leave immediately, Emperor Kong said. Huh, why? I can't get any information about the situation, but I know for sure it will be dangerous, Emperor Kong said. So, it's because we're too weak, Xianxia said, saying what he did not want to say. You guys are young and full of potential, meaning you have plenty of room to grow, Emperor Kong reassured them. Lin Fan sighed. It's a shame. What? Upset that you won't get to see the most beautiful woman in the world, Xianxia sneered. Aren't you curious? Lin Fan asked. The way some people describe her beauty is even more extreme than those fanatic believers who give everything, including their life and soul, to their gods. The craziest people Lin Fan had met were fanatic believers. He once took a task from the rebellion to recruit this god, who walked the faith path, and his fanatic believers were something else. However, the descriptions of people regarding Sun Zhenyo's beauty are even more extreme. Lin Fan once heard a rumor that an everlasting Empyrean went mad because he tried to paint Sun Zhenyo but failed to capture the essence of her beauty. He thought this was a rumor, but his master confirmed this news. Master, is she truly that beautiful? Lin Fan asked. Xianxia looked at her master, also intrigued. Although she once held the title of the most beautiful woman in the world, there were few individuals who could compete with her in the entire lower dimension. And in the eternal ascension world, her beauty might be in the top 10, maybe even top 20. How do I explain it? Emperor Kong uttered. You know the saying, beauty is in the eyes of the beholder? They nodded. Well, she's the embodiment of that. Xianxia and Lin Fan were confused as this was not what they expected him to say. On the contrary, they thought he would say something like her beauty transcends preference, ethnicity, and even race. So, they looked at him with an expression that said, what does that even mean? You'll have plenty of opportunities to meet her and understand what I'm saying, Emperor said, refusing to elaborate more. Now, prepare to leave. I don't want you to be drawn into this chaos accidentally. The two had to prepare for their departure. Xianxia facilitated the upcoming meeting with Wang Wei before leaving the ubiquitous hot spring world. Meanwhile, Wang Wei spent the rest of the time working on his time mark. The Heavenly Beauty Palace descended on the central area a week after his arrival. 3 days later, the celebration started, causing a small commotion. On that day, it became apparent that 3 kinds of people were attending: VIPs, common invitations, and no invitation. The VIPs were in a separate room above the celebration area. They were the first to arrive, and most did so quietly without exposure to the public. Xiao Tiandi was kind enough to give Wang Wei a VIP invitation. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1263 Second meeting. Wang Wei walked into his room and immediately stopped. His lips twitched as he saw a woman with long black hair already there. Young lady, you're in the wrong booth. Am I? Wu Hong replied. She continued sipping her drink without looking at him. Wang Wei sighed and sat on the cushion next to her. He looked at her black hair. Your hair looks great, he commented. At least try to make the compliment sound plausible. I'm very sincere. Wu Hong looked him in the eyes. Your current appearance is very handsome. Wang Wei's lips twitched and he reverted the transformation. See? Now, we no longer match. Just turn your hair black. How about we compromise and choose another color? How about we retain our individualistic identities and choose something we enjoy? Fair, Wang Wei nodded. The room had a small table before them with a wine bowl. Yours or something the celebration served? Not mine, but it's quite enjoyable, Wu Hong replied. It's celestial monkey wine. Although there is no benefit for your realm, it's extremely delicious. Wang Wei trusted this rich woman's taste, so he took a sip. His eyes immediately lit up as she was correct, this thing was absurdly delicious. After a sip, his essence chi flower activated, and he could feel the bottleneck between the third and fourth heavens slowly dissipating. If not for the fact he needed to pass the tribulation, he might have immediately entered the fourth heaven. Wang Wei soon finished the wine in his glass, and the thing filled itself without him doing anything. They went all out, haven't they? This is the bare minimum for a celebration of this scale. Did you ever have a grand celebration like this? Yes, for becoming a paragon and primal, Wu Hong replied. I figure you were not the type for grand celebrations. Now, I'm not, but in my younger years. Wu Hong did not elaborate further. Plus, it's a great way to amass resources. Wang Wei nodded. As they were talking, the celebration officially started. Wang Wei and Wu Hong's booth was on the second floor, but there was a formation that allowed them to see the events on the first floor while hiding their booth. Great Emperor Jin Long, from the Star Envoy Palace, said a beautiful voice that echoed throughout the palace. Gift, a Tier 11 star nourishing pill. A thin man with a robe with star patterns walked on the first floor and found his name on one of the seats. Starting strong, I see, Wang Wei commented. The star nourishing pill was an extreme healing medicine. If an Empyrean died and wanted to revive themselves, the pill would allow them to return with full strength in less than 10 yuan epoch, which is an absurdly short time for an Empyrean to revive unless they use longevity resources or a pile of rare resources. Great Emperor Dragon Eyes, Loose Cultivator. Gift, Tai Soul Pill. Another extremely rare pill, Wang Wei thought. This pill was one of the best to help Empyreans condense a paragon soul. This bastard probably got it by chance, but he ruined his destiny by giving it to a woman who won't give him a second glance after this celebration. Wang Wei looked at the short man with reptilian eyes walking into the room. As expected, after checking his Chi Luck dragon, Wang Wei saw signs of decay. His dragon eye is not bad. Maybe I can recruit him into the changing fate hall. The announcement continued, and soon afterward, the announcer started introducing Empyreans, who were the majority of attendees at this event. And as expected, the gifts became more extravagant. Someone even brought a life-defying pill as a gift, which was a second-order longevity pill. Wang Wei cursed these horny bastards once everybody was introduced. The announcer said, now, for the VIPs. She paused for a brief second. Firstly, Empress Wu from Origin Seal Continent. She could not attend the event, but she sent her regards and a protective talisman. The murmurs started as soon as she announced this. A few taboo entities existed in this terrible era, and everyone knew Empress Wu was at the top. And even if the announcer did not specify the protective talisman level, they could guess. Wang Wei looked at her. So, are you a ghost or something? Is that your attempt at humor? That was terrible, Wu Hong said as she sipped her drink. Wang Wei shrugged. I have my low points, and don't change the subject. When it comes to events like this, I rarely show myself publicly since my presence intimidates people. Plus, when it's not about me, I don't want to draw too much attention during someone else's event. I guess that makes sense, Wang Wei nodded. The announcer then announced someone from the Grand Sect Alliance, followed by someone from the Dao Opening Sect. It was the Sect Master, an everlasting Empyrean called Yu Kai, and he brought a Tier 12 void-breaking talisman as a gift. So, in this generation, someone from the sectarian faction is the Sect Master in the upper dimension? Wang Wei pondered. Then, something suddenly came to mind, so he looked at Wu Hong. By the way, did my ancestor come as well? Now you remember her? Wu Hong almost rolled her eyes. She's in retreat. Is everything all right? She had some inspiration about her swordsmanship, Wu Hong explained. Can she still have inspiration about swordsmanship? Or right, she did change to the ultimate sword path, Wang Wei nodded, sipping his tea. You once told me that if you had a life and death fight with her, you would be the last one standing despite the fact her attack potency surpasses yours. Will that still be the case after her retreat? Yes, Wu Hong replied confidently. Really? Why do you sound surprised? I figure you both should have improved after the ultimate taboo, which should cancel each other out. Then, with the ultimate taboo and you not using the perfect foundation, the ancestor would have the advantage. You have underestimated the complexity of battle amongst paragons who have truly reached the limit of power, Wu Hong explained. And I can tell you, in the Chaos universe, a very small number of paragons can defeat me in a battle. However, there is no one I cannot kill. It's just that the price I'll have to pay is my life, which is not worth it. Damn, her overwhelming confidence is hot, Wang Wei thought, trying to remain calm and composed not to embarrass him. Quite confident, aren't you? I wonder where it comes from. That is for me to know and for you to hopefully learn about, Wu Hong replied, and Wang Wei just smiled. He knew their trust in each other was nowhere near the level of the other clone. What's your relationship with Sun Junyao? Wang Wei suddenly asked. Why are you asking? Wu Hong asked calmly. Are you already planning on how to regulate your harem properly? Wang Wei almost dropped the cup he was putting on his mouth. Luckily, his control of strength was unworldly, so nothing happened. He continued his sip before calmly replying, Don't say such a thing. My poor heart cannot handle the stress from your words. Wu Hong gave him a short glance before replying, I'm the one who protected her from the claws of those bastards. Really? I thought she used their attraction for him to balance them out and keep herself safe. She did, but such a tactic can only be effective to a certain extent, Wu Hong explained. When it comes to these beasts who are drunk on power, it wouldn't surprise anyone if they used force to get what they want or decide to share her like an object. And even if the men could be controlled, the woman would also want to destroy her out of jealousy. So, you warn them? I put the fear of God in their soul. Wang Wei resisted the urge to yell the words, Damn, that's hot. Instead, he sighed deeply. What's wrong? Wu Hong asked. Power is truly an attractive thing. Wu Hong was baffled since these words came out of nowhere. Then, she remembered what a little pervert this bastard was. She glanced at him and smirked. Meanwhile, Wang Wei was satisfied he was able to express his desire in a more sophisticated manner. The announcements continued, and soon, Wang Wei heard of someone he knew, Emperor Kong. The latter's gift was a sage blessing banner, which surprised Wang Wei slightly, but it also made sense. This banner was something that only people who condense a golden body of merit can refine at a small cost. It contains some of the protective ability of Sage of Merit, along with a significant cultivation blessing. The announcements continued, and Wang Wei's name was the last person from the VIP section to be read out loud. Wei Tian, loose cultivator and close friend of young Master Xiao Tiandi, the voice announced. Gift, she suddenly paused, making people wonder if this person embarrassed themselves and did not even bring a gift. An acquired perfect tier, she announced a few seconds later. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1264 The Perfect Beauty. Does such a thing exist? Someone murmured. Maybe. He wouldn't be stupid to bring something fake to this celebration, right? Who knows? These people will do anything to gain Lady Sun's favor, another person sneered. You're wrong, said a third person. Do you know something? Acquired perfect tier does exist, and only those who have made some progress in studying immortal perfection can condense it. However, it takes so much time and effort that it's not worth it. So, this guy is an expert? Not necessarily. He might have just found it somewhere. Perfect tear, the rumors are Lady Sun is a reincarnation of such a thing. Doesn't that mean his gift is literally the perfect one? Once someone said that, the room instantly became quiet. Then, jealousy poured in. It was so intense that it almost condensed into a visible form. Everyone wished they had thought of such a gift or capable of making/acquiring it. Second floor, what a thoughtful gift, Wu Hong commented. Isn't it? Wang Wei replied as he sipped his wine. He had to use his perfect aura and some of his blood to condense that thing. And even then, if not for the fact he had intimate knowledge of the tier's composition and effect, he might not have succeeded. Is it me, or do I hear the sound of jealousy? Wang Wei chuckled. You wish. Don't worry. When I bring you gifts, they will be more personal and thoughtful. Wu Hong resisted the urge to roll her eyes and continued drinking. The celebration continued despite many people who had decided they would remember Wang Wei, especially if his gift had any positive effect on Lady Sun. According to these people's thinking, since Wei Tian is the young master's peer, he should only be a great emperor. So, many people thought of secretly educating them, some even planning on how to assassinate him. "Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for honoring the lady with your presence," the announcer stated, her beautiful voice calm and steady. "However, the banquet is limited, so not everyone can participate. So, for those without an invitation, we've designated an area outside the palace for your stay. There will be visual formations to display what is happening inside." As soon as she said these words, a cacophony of voices thanked her and the palace for her generosity. The number of people without an invitation was at least 100 times larger than the rest, and these people knew it was shameful for them to show up uninvited. So, they respected that the Heavenly Beauty Palace treated them so kindly despite their social indiscretion. The announcer calmly accepted these people's respect before continuing. "Now that everything is settled, let the celebration begin. Ladies and gentlemen, respected immortals, emperors, and empyreans, please welcome the palace master." Everyone on the first floor stood up. This banquet hall floor was large, with countless people sitting at their small personal tables. The room was shaped like a rectangle, with a stadium on the west side. An intoxicating smell suddenly enveloped the palace, followed by multicolored flowers and beautiful tiny fairies dancing around. A woman walked onto the podium. She wore a slightly modified formal white and yellow dress that trailed more than 3 meters behind her as she walked. She wore a light gold phoenix hairpiece to hold her hair. Meanwhile, the upper part of her robe was elegant and noble, but once it reached the lower part, it was more open as each stride showed her long white leg with skin so smooth that a baby would be jealous. As she walked into the room, so many people instinctively stopped breathing. It was as if they feared their shallow breath would affect the natural rhythm that her body naturally emitted. The light in the room dimmed everywhere except where she stood, which was not something she did but a natural effect of her heavy-defying beauty. Sounds of the Tao naturally accompanied Sun Junyao, and even the ground of the podium she walked on suddenly became more lively as if it was a blessing for her to walk upon it. Everyone on the first floor looked at her in a daze, all with a look of desire, longing, and pure joy. In fact, the joy these people were experiencing was so intense that it affected their very soul. If any of them could control themselves and immediately enter seclusion, they would realize that many of their past bottlenecks had exponentially reduced, and their cultivation speed had a blessing of 20%. On the second floor, Wang Wei was stunned after laying eyes on Sun Junyao. "What do you see?" Wu Hong suddenly said. "I see you, but more perfect," Wang Wei answered in a trance-like state. He finally understood why so many people were infatuated with her. No matter who looked at her, they would see an optimized version of whatever they think is the most beautiful person. In other words, for people with Tao companions who believe their partner is the most beautiful woman in the world, that's who they will see with some improvement. However, if that is not the case, they will see whatever their idealized version of beauty is but with a touch of improvement/imperfection. In simpler terms, Sun Junyo's perfect beauty meant she had a filter on her face at all times. "Wait," Wang Wei suddenly said as he turned to look at Wu Hong. "Did you just use a spiritual hint on me? I wanted you to tell the truth." Wang Wei squinted his eyes, snorted coldly, and turned around to continue looking at Sun Junyao. He took a sip of his drink, but that thing was no longer as delicious. Sun Junyao glanced at Wang Wei's booth from the corner of her eyes. She could tell the one she wanted to meet was there. She also realized that he was the one her disciple invited, which was an unexpected coincidence, and explained many things about his weird behavior. "No, not a coincidence, it's fate," Sun Junyao thought. She smiled, instantly brightening the room. "I sincerely thank all of you for giving me the honor of attending my celebration." She cupped her hand and saluted everyone. Her pleasant voice echoed in the room. "The honor is ours," replied the first floor attendees, their voices in perfect harmony. However, one of the empyreans on the second floor suddenly said, "Laxi Sun Junyao, I wish you eternal beauty, everlasting success, and boundless merit in your cultivation journey." The other people cursed that they reacted so slowly. So, everyone said in unison, "Lady Sun Junyao, we wish you eternal beauty, everlasting Thank you, Sun Junyao said with a sincere smile before motioning for everyone to sit down as she did so. I only have two hobbies, enjoying good food and appreciating the art, and that's exactly what we're going to do for the first part of this banquet. She pointed to a small designated area before her stadium. If anyone wishes to show their talent, now is the time. One person from the first floor was swift, and before she even finished her words, he was already on the talent podium. Laxi Sun, I am Empyrean Heartfelt Song. I have spent 30,000 yuan epochs writing this song for you. I've heard about you, Sun Junyao nodded. This man was slightly famous because he was an ordinary nightingale demon with a low bloodline that slowly crawled to his current level. He was also a renowned musician with outstanding achievements in sound Dao. Heartfelt Song felt great joy by these words, but he quickly controlled himself. He closed his eyes briefly to enter the best state before singing. Second floor, I can tell you're upset, Wu Hong said. Wang Wei did not say anything. A snack appeared on his table. They were fruits that resembled grapes, except they were red, blue, and purple. He sensed the power of the sun, moon, and stars in these grapes, so he tried them. They were delicious and beneficial to the soul, but he was not in the mood, so he stopped after tasting the three flavors. The silent treatment, really? Isn't that a little immature? Wu Hong continued. Wang Wei summoned a gourd to drink his own wine. He also chose a strong one that could give him the buzz feeling of getting drunk. Wu Hong sighed. She knew he would be upset. After all, influencing someone who hates being controlled and pursues absolute freedom is genuinely terrible. I knew you might react this way, so I brought this for you. A small opened box appeared in her hand with a red pill with Dao patterns in the form of a dragon. Wang Wei glanced at it and recognized it, a primordial essence blessing pill. After eating it, he can instantly rise 3 levels in the adult fiend god realm as long as he takes it before the 6th heaven. In other words, after entering the 3rd heaven and eating this pill, Wang Wei can immediately reach the 7th heaven. This thing is scarce because of the material and because it requires a paragon pill refiner to make it, even though it's only usable by Empyreans. He looked at the pill. He did not touch it but focused on her. I haven't heard an apology yet. I'm sorry, truly, Wu Hong stated without hesitation. Wang Wei looked her in the eyes. He understood why she did it. She's not as trusting as her other selves, which is understandable. However, he was not happy with how he went about it. You should understand, as you require certain decorum, understanding, and respect from me, I also require the same thing from you, Wang Wei stated. I do, Wu Hong nodded. I promised I won't cross that line again. Fine, I can forgive you, Wang Wei said. But I also want a kiss on the cheek. Don't push your luck. Wang Wei raised his hand in submission. He had to try. He put the pill away with a smile on the corner of his mouth. He sipped his gourd but felt this thing was too heavy for the occasion, so he went back to drinking his monkey wine. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1265 The Faceless Woman. So, we're good? Wu Hong asked. Of course, Wang Wei nodded. But I would like to remind you that in our future arguments, I will be petty and bring up today's event to win. Wu Hong's body suddenly paused before sneering, do that, and I will bring up the maid, Dong Lifan, and even her. She pointed at Sun Junyao in the stadium. Wang Wei looked at her with mouth open. He was speechless. That's a dirty move, and you know it. Since you want to be petty, two can play this game. Wang Wei was out of words, so he could only eat his grape and sip his drink in response. He had lost this battle of words. By the way, what does she truly look like? Wang Wei asked, finding Sun Junyau's situation quite fascinating. You don't want to know. Now, I'm even more curious, Wang Wei said as he focused his eyes. He tried to look through whatever power was around her face and body. However, it was to no avail, so Wang Wei had to summon a projection of the River of Fate to boost his efforts. Sadly, even that did not work. Feeling challenged, Wang Wei chose to use more extreme measures. He temporarily lifted the seals in his soul, accessing the full power of his paragon soul. He observed Sun Junniao alone with his soul, and the result was the same. She looked like a more perfect version of Wu Hong. Wang Wei then immediately activated the perfect aura from his body and used it in tandem with his paragon soul. Her face blurred temporarily as if he was about to break through that veil, but he failed at the last minute. Wang Wei sighed in resignation and looked at Wu Hong. "A little help, please." "Are you sure you want to see?" she asked a second time. "I am." "All right." She tapped on the side of his forehead, and Wang Wei's eyes suddenly felt a cold power running through it. He immediately focused on Sun Junniao, and his eyes squinted. "She has no face?" "That's right." Wang Wei calmly observed her. It was truly bizarre. In his current sight, her head was empty with no skull, muscles, tissues, or any skins, just nothing there. He checked her soul, and it was there, but it also had facial expressions, just a vague outline of her face. "What's going on?" Wang Wei asked. "It's her curse," Wu Hong explained. "An innate curse?" It was rare for cultivators to be born with a curse, but it does happen. For example, the Sword Empress was born with her talents sealed, which can be considered an innate curse. Even worse, it's a Grand Tao curse, Wu Hong explained. Nothingness and perfection are the most common path of transcendence, especially the latter. For eons, countless people believed it was the only way to go beyond the Paragon realm, and they were correct. Becoming perfect means becoming closer to resembling Grand Tao. Do you think it would allow someone who embodies the concept of perfection to exist without adverse effects? So, Grand Tao created a flaw for Sun Junniao by taking away her face, ensuring she was not truly perfect and that no one could study her to achieve true perfection, Wang Wei sighed. That's right. Wang Wei became quiet. What? Now that you know the truth, are you less attracted to her? Wu Hong asked with a smirk. Is that your goal? Are you trying to eliminate the competition? Wang Wei retorted, and she rolled her eyes. She would not have shown it to him if that were the case. Wang Wei chuckled. I think it's worth it. She loses her face, but in exchange, she has the best foundation to walk the transcendent path. As long as Sun Junniao becomes a peak paragon and has some achievements in studying immortal perfection, she can make up for her flaw and use that foundation to enter the half-step transcendence realm. You're only saying that because you're looking at things purely logically, Wu Hong added. People have been telling the poor girl she was the most beautiful woman in the world for as long as she can remember. Yet, whenever she tries to look at herself, she sees nothing. I've read about people like her during my travels in primordial chaos, and from my experience, all those people die tragically by taking their own lives. The fact that Sun Junniao can live until she becomes a paragon is a testament to her willpower and Tao heart. You make a good point, Wang Wei nodded. Now that she reminded him of this perspective, his respect for Sun Junniao increased immensely. I now kind of understand what kind of vulnerable mindset she was in when she chose that Tao, Wang Wei stated. However, I think it's a waste. Chaos Tao is literally perfect for her. Chaos Tao? Wu Hong muttered, and she immediately understood. The primary 3800 Tao represents the original and perfect state of the universe, so they match her situation. And it seems even fate is trying to guide her by granting someone with the first physique as her disciple. Then, Wu Hong frowned. You noticed too, huh? Yes, it's a contradiction, Wu Hong nodded. Grand Tao restricts her by limiting her perfection, but it also uses fate to influence her to walk the path of perfection. What do you think is the reason? Wang Wei asked. Grand Tao's contradictions are usually because it wants people to play by the established rules, Wu Hong replied calmly. So, it could mean it wants Sun Junniao to walk that path, but she must work for it and earn that strength. Or, the more likely scenario, someone intervened and messed up Grand Tao's layup. The adjudicator of fate, Wang Wei replied. You think it's him? I know he did something for Grand Tao to wish to replace him, Wang Wei analyzed. What if his crime was studying perfection? Maybe, Wu Hong uttered. You don't agree? No, she replied. One of the fundamental characteristics of half-step transcendence is that the application of the rules no longer restricts them. The stronger they are, the more that is so. Although the Fate Adjudicator is technically an employee of Grand Tao, I don't think the rules would restrict him so much that he could not study perfection. You may have a point, Wang Wei nodded. So, what do you think he did? I think his crime was lusting after his boss power, Wu Hong said. As I said, perfection means becoming closer to Grand Tao. I think he wanted to cultivate a perfect being that contains the essence of Grand Tao. Then, he would study it in an attempt to reach higher levels. You may be into something, Wang Wei said with bright eyes. He peeked at the essence of Grand Tao when he established his perfection foundation. If he had someone like Sun Junyao, who achieved half-step transcendence, to learn from, Wang Wei could not imagine what he could accomplish. If that is genuinely his crime, I must say I respect him a lot more, Wang Wei stated. His views of the 6 cardinal tribunals are that they chose to serve Grand Tao in exchange for keeping their strength after their long service ended. However, he would respect him much more if the Fate Cardinal became ambitious and tried another method. Now we're on this topic, I suddenly thought of someone else. Are you talking about Di Tian? Yes, Wang Wei nodded. I originally thought he was a pawn of the Samsara Cardinal, but with his obsession with perfection, he might have been the Fate Cardinal's pawn first. Di Tian studied creation first and was already obsessed with creating the perfect life form in his first life. So, there is a high chance the Fate Cardinal abandoned him after his second life when he started cultivating Samsara Tao. Or, the Samsara Cardinal might have made a deal with Fate to get her hands on Di Tian. Wu Hong sighed. Obsession is a powerful force, but it's also the easiest way to manipulate someone. Wiser words have never been said, Wang Wei said as he chugged his win. So, what's your obsession? Me? It used to be to prove to the world that I was worthy, Wu Hong said. But now, it's no longer an obsession and more like a goal or desire that has been transformed into something else. I guess you're lucky to have escaped such a shackle, Wang Wei replied with a wry smile. Di Tian, Lin Fan, and likely Sun Junyao are pawns that these higher beings used obsession to control. But wasn't it the same for him? The sad truth is that as long as he is obsessed with pursuing freedom and becoming free and unfettered, he will always be a pawn. Discouraged? Wu Hong asked. Of course not, Wang Wei sneered. Until the very end, it's not known who is the pawn or who is the chess player. That's more like it, she smiled. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know it report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1266 The Lost Era. A new kind of snack appeared before Wang Wei, and it looked like Gillo, to be specific, a slime. It took him a moment to recognize it as the spine fluid from a creature called the dragon spine lizard. This thing can instantly raise an Empyrean's soul by 30%. Wang Wei shook his head. Sometimes, it was a curse to be too strong. He slowly ate, and as described in the records, it was also quite delicious. By the way, how come Sun Junyo's faceless situation is not a much bigger deal? Wang Wei asked. No one can see through it, except probably these two, Wu Hong replied as she also enjoyed the spine fluid. No one? Including paragons? Yes. Then, you? She showed it to me, Wu Hong explained. She wanted to see if I could seal her flaw and give her a face. Sadly, I couldn't do it then. Then? Wang Wei caught the crucial part of her words. After reading about the perfect foundation and learning more about perfection, I think I can make a flawed seal. Flawed? Is it because the essence of perfection is transcendent level? Correct, Wu Hong nodded. So, my seal might give her an ordinary face. However, I'm unsure if I want to do that now. Oh, why? I kind of agree with you, Wu Hong explained. Of all living beings, she has probably the highest chance of taking a step in the transcendent path. If I act now, I might ruin her potential. Do you want to allow her to choose? Yes, but only after she sees you. What do I have to do with this? You'll see. Don't start acting like those old cultivators who like to act all secretive, only revealing half the truth and talking in riddles. Wu Hong rolled her eyes. Some things are simply not my business. Come on, give me something. She has a mental barrier to overcome, and meeting you is the key. That's all I'm willing to say. Wang Wei looked at her. What's with that look? Why does your relationship with her sound like a master and disciple? It's not like that, Wu Hong shook her head. As you know, I received much help from the female paragons during my growth, and to express my gratitude, I've been doing the same for any potential female cultivator. Girl power, Wang Wei waved his fist. Wu Hong once again rolled his eyes. What's the word? Oh, yeah, cringe. Ouch. Wang Wei felt like a critical blow hit him. Is there anything worse than being called cringe by the woman of your dreams? This kind of mental devastation will instantly kill any lesser man. That was harsh, Wang Wei muttered. What were those two's reactions to her? If I had to guess, Maitreya definitely studied her, but Supreme Unity might not dare, or he's cautious about it, Wu Hong replied. That makes sense, Wang Wei nodded. His way of taking that step involved taking over Heavenly Dao, which is Grand Dao's property. I'm surprised that the technique was not labeled as taboo. If he starts to involve himself in perfection, Grand Dao might interfere directly and eliminate him. His technique is a small taboo, Wu Hong admitted. It is? The aftermath of the Second Origin War was called the Ultimate Taboo because Qiyuan summoned all transcendent methods that have existed through time and space before condensing it into a trial. However, many of these methods were considered banned or minor taboos by Grand Dao standards. That makes sense, Wang Wei nodded. He once deduced that Grand Dao wanted people to achieve higher levels, but they had to stay within its created rules. My ancestors' plan sounds brilliant on the surface, but I can foresee how many things could go wrong in that trial. Oh, you have no idea, Wu Hong sighed. In that place, time overlapped. The past, present, and future exist simultaneously. Grand Dao interfered greatly. It was probably the most active it had ever been since ancient times. Finally, I'm pretty sure some terrifying existence showed up. Wu Hong could not tell for sure as everyone had lost a significant part of their memories. Wang Wei's eyes shone brightly. He could imagine how wonderful such a grand event was. Wait, I once deduced that my ancestor, Battle Maniac, was affected by some time shenanigan. There is also the fact that an entire era in the Eternal Ascension world was missing. Does any of those relate to the ultimate taboo? A look of disgust appeared on Wu Hong's face. Wang Wei has never seen her make that facial expression before. That damn curse master, she said with gritted teeth. Wow. Such strong hatred. Wu Hong sighed. I met this paragon not long after entering the taboo realm in the Empyrean realm. We fought and were tied, but I stole an essential treasure from the secret trial. Since then, that woman has hated me with a passion. She dedicated all her time and effort to create a nasty curse called the Curse of Time Origin. Right after I broke through the Paragon realm, she attacked me, and we had a fierce fight. She lured me into the river of time, and as I was about to win, she released it. Hatred flashed in Wu Hong's eyes. The curse released a terrifying temporal storm that targeted my origin, the Myriad Emperor world. No way, Wang Wei was shocked. Such a thing was taboo as no one should interfere with the lower dimension. That woman must be crazy. That's not even the worst part, Wu Hong continued. The curse made it so I bore all the causality. In other words, Heavenly Dao would blame me for what had happened. Wang Wei sucked his teeth. So, what did you do? I did the next best thing, Wu Hong sighed. I sent the time storm to a future time point. After all, if the past me dies, it'll also die. Ruthless, Wang Wei commented. However, he would have done the same. What happened afterward? I killed her as quickly as possible before preventing the storm from continuing too much damage, Wu Hong sighed. I tried to revert things, but it was too late. That era was gone entirely. The best I could do was ensure no contradiction between my era and the next. Wang Wei nodded as he understood. Some people in the Myriad Emperor world have lived since before the Devil era. As such, they should have detected some anomaly about an entire era missing. However, there was nothing. Everything looked regular and perfectly continuous. Wang Wei sighed. He knew paragons were on another level, but events like this put it into perspective. So, how did you face Heavenly Dao's wrath? With merit and oath, Wu Hong replied. I had to borrow plenty of merit to offset my crime by a certain margin and to get Heavenly Dao to listen to me before judging me. Then, I swore to create the best defense system for the Eternal Ascension world. I only fulfilled that oath after I became a primal paragon. When she thought about how much time she had spent being indebted to heaven and earth, with her luck almost ruined, Wu Hong gritted her teeth in anger and hatred. Why did that woman hate you so much? It doesn't make sense to do all of this just because of losing to someone of a lower realm, Wang Wei said. The Curse Master would never have survived this ordeal intact, as Heavenly Dao would also judge her. In fact, your ordeal reminded me of my Supreme Outlaw trial, Wang Wei continued. It sounds like someone was manipulating events to either kill you or make you indebted. I'm 80% convinced Heavenly Dao did it on purpose, Wu Hong sneered. Oh. Why? Have you never wondered why our world did not suffer much given the grand scale of the Second Origin War? Wu Hong. Now that you mention it, Wang Wei frowned. With so many chaos worlds and factions involved, I'm sure the center of the war would have been our world. So, we survive because of your defense system? That's right, Wu Hong sneered. That thing probably predicted that event and schemed against me to create that system. Without becoming transcendent, all sentient beings are dogs and ants before Heavenly Dao. Even paragons are a slightly bigger nuisance, Wang Wei sighed. So, have you prepared your revenge? Yes, not just against it, but its boss, Wu Hong sneered. Although all these years spent creating that system was an excellent training experience, she hated how much she was used. That's my girl, Wang Wei chuckled. Who's your girl? She stared at him. Don't sweat the small stuff, Wang Wei replied casually. So, what was that era like? What happened to the emperors who ascended? Did any of them become paragon? It was a terrible era, Wu Hong explained. The resentments, hatred, and fiendish chi of me killing so many devils flooded into the Myriad Emperor world, making it extremely easy for people to develop heart demon and become crazy. It also did not help that all the cultivators were full of hatred, wishing nothing more than to kill as many devils as possible. Historians called it the Dark Mind Era, Wu Hong explained. In some ways, it may have been a good thing that that era was erased. As for what happened to the Ascendants, Heavenly Dao just erased them to reduce the trouble, Wu Hong explained. And no, there were no paragons. Wang Wei wanted to slap himself for asking such a stupid question. She said she had just become a paragon, and from what I know about her, she was probably one of the youngest in recorded history. If Wu Hong had just become a paragon, how could the people who came after him become a paragon? So, unless more time shenanigans were involved, that would be impossible. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1267, The Banquet, second part, unedited chapter. So, do you know what happened to Battle Maniac? Wang Wei continued. Wu Hong had answered only one part of his previous question. I don't know much about what happened to him, Wu Hong replied. I know it had nothing to do with the ultimate taboo but an inheritance Qiyuan received from someone called the Trinity Venerable. He desperately wanted their 3 brothers and sisters to receive that inheritance, so he found a way to summon Battle Maniac to the past. Something went wrong, and Battle Maniac was the one who suffered as his Eternal Path achievement was rewritten. Wang Wei nodded. But how did he do it? Summon people to the past? He made a deal with the Time Cardinal for the first time, and the latter gave him a time exemption token, allowing him to mess with time to a certain degree with no consequences. Wang Wei was surprised. He went so far. What kind of inheritance did that Trinity Venerable leave? Wu Hong shrugged. Even though she was close with Yan Hai, she never mentioned that inheritance. You mention a second time, it should be when he summoned the Rainbow Emperor and the others. That's right, Wu Hong nodded. She then paused and looked at him strangely. What? Wang Wei was puzzled. For the second time, he used what he learned from the token to create a formation that used his origin Dao. From what I know, he wanted to summon the original 12 emperors of the Dao opening sect from across time and space. However, the formation failed when it was time to summon the 10th one. But I'm the 10th emperor, Wang Wei said. That's right, Wu Hong nodded. But I haven't sensed any summons. I don't know what to tell you, Wu Hong continued. No matter what Qi Yuan did, he could not get past you, so he had to give up. However, they knew there would be something special about you since that day. Everything is connected somehow, Wang Wei sighed. Why do you think the summon failed? It's possible that your destiny was too strong, and you resisted the summon, Wu Hong replied. However, I'm more inclined to believe that Grand Dao knew your presence would affect the world too much if you travel through time and stop the process. That is indeed wise of it, Wang Wei sneered. He knew he would worsen the situation if he could participate in the Second Origin War. Wait, I was planning on asking the ancestor if he could use any means to send me to the past. Does that mean this path is not feasible? Probably not, Wu Hong replied. Dao overlords like yourself are natural troublemakers, so Grand Dao will place more limits on you. Wang Wei wanted to curse. But why do you want to travel to the past? I realized that I'm lacking in age and experience when dealing with old monsters like yourself. So, I figured I would go to the past and use that time to develop. Who are you calling old? Wu Hong rolled her eyes. However, I do understand since I face a similar situation. She had unparalleled talent and was confident in defeating anyone. However, problems arise when she meets people with the same talent as her or very close to her who have lived for a very long time. So, how did you deal with that problem? At first, I sealed and removed those old people's experiences to learn from, Wu Hong explained. However, that did not help as much as I wished, so I searched Primordial Chaos for an answer and found the Universe Imprint Trial, which contains the imprint of all paragons that have ever existed in the Chaos universe. I spent countless Yuan epochs fighting them and learning from them. It was also beneficial that time passes much faster inside the trial than outside. Wang Wei's eyes shined. Can you get me in? No, but I know that place is Battle Maniac's favorite place, so he has multiple entrance tokens. Get it from him. Wang Wei smiled in relief. As long as his ancestors have a way, he should have no problem getting in. Although he hasn't completely given up the idea of traveling through time, this was a backup in case he failed. Wang Wei was about to say something when he sensed something. He raised his hand to take out a talisman from the void. A communication talisman from the sect? He knew they would not contact him unless something significant occurred. He sank his divine sense into the talisman and received the information. Sun Junyao, Summoning Ritual, Mortalhood Trial, this must be Xiao Tiandis' work. Does he want to catch up to me? Wang Wei shook his head. Have you heard of the Mortalhood Trial? Yes, Wu Hong nodded. I once found a token for it, but I was already a paragon, so it was useless. Wang Wei was not surprised by these words, but simultaneously, he wondered why this woman seems more lucky than him, someone who is favored by fate. Why are you suddenly asking about this? Wang Wei explained the information in the talisman. That's quite the clever plan, and it might work, Wu Hong praised. Do you still have the token? No, I exchanged it with someone else, Wu Hong replied. That's a shame. Wang Wei would not hesitate to take advantage of this situation and use this trial in advance. First floor, Sun Junyao praised the woman's wonderful poem about her beauty and nobility. The poem itself was wonderfully written, but she had heard so much praise of her beauty that it was hard for her to care. It also did not help that 99% of the poems, songs, and calligraphy displayed in this celebration were about beauty. As such, Sun Junyao showed more enthusiasm to the 1% who tried a different topic. I was hoping he would participate in this event. Unfortunately, Sun Junyao sighed as she looked at Wang Wei's booth through the corner of her eyes. Many people on the second floor came down to show up in front of her or did it from the second floor, but that booth remained motionless. Since he has no plans of acting, let's move things along, Sun Junyao thought. Fellow Taoists, she uttered, instantly quieting down the lively atmosphere by demanding, the utmost attention. This is the end for this art appreciation section. Everyone was surprised as this event had just started, and only more than 20% of the people went on stage. The people wanted to complain. This was their only chance to show themselves before their goddess, but now it ended? However, since the goddess herself ended the session, they have no right to complain. Thank you to everyone who participated. It meant a lot to me, Sun Junyao said with a more pure smile. Her action removed all these people's resentment and bottled emotions in seconds. The next section will be Tao preaching, Sun Junyao continued. Everyone will have 1,000 years to preach, starting with Tier 10 cultivators. She waved her hand to summon a blue incense stick for everyone in the celebration. This is the heavenly beauty incense, she continued. When used in tandem with the formations in the palace, the effect is no weaker than a peak Tier 11 Bodhi tree. Now, we will start with Immortal Veneral's 6 swords. Since you don't want to participate, it'll make you, Sun Junyao thought. By understanding what kind of Tao this fated lover cultivates and how deep his understanding is, she can peep at what kind of person he is. Thank you, Lady Sun, for giving me this opportunity, said Immortal Venerable's 6 swords, who was a handsome middle-aged man with the sharp temperament of a swordsman. Fellow Taoist, please give me thought on my 6-sword technique, created after absorbing 6 unique qi, the 4-pole qi, the heaven and earth qi, the supreme yin-yang qi, the profound yellow qi, the life and death qi, and the true self qi. Let's start with the 4 poles. Second floor, Wang Wei finally paid full attention to this celebration. Although he did not care about these people who resemble peacocks trying to show their beautiful feathers to attract a mate, he cared about the Tao preaching, which can benefit him. This 6th sword is very lucky and talented, Wang Wei commented. It was one thing to find 6 unique qi and another to fuse them perfectly. Additionally, he seems to have created a fantastic sword technique. He's from the Qi core race, so that's expected, Wu Hong replied. Wang Wei took a moment to remember this race, and he remembered that they were created in an attempt to recreate the celestial race's talent for Qi. Although the Qi core paled compared to the celestial race, some of their talented members rival the latter. Let's see if I can recruit him after this is all done, Wang Wei thought before closing his eyes and listening to the sermon. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1268 Future Husband and Wife Compete Unedited Chapter. Wang Wei listened attentively to Immortal Venerable's 6-sword sermon, and once the 1,000 years ended, he opened his eyes, having been inspired to create a few decent sword attacks. He noticed his future wife had also woken up, and her eyes were similar to his. Can this low-level sermon have any effect on you? He asked. He figured that, with her cultivation level, such a sermon would be child play for her. Maybe she was inspired to create something, but after living for so long, he believed she had already explored all possibilities of her Tao. Don't you understand why my sealing Tao is so potent? Wu Hong asked. Knowledge, Wang Wei answered without hesitation. That's right. As such, I never stopped learning, no matter who the individual is, Wu Hong explained. Throughout my life, I've sent countless clones to infiltrate events like this so I can amass vast knowledge. Why could she seal almost everything? That's because she knew nearly everything, and to reach that level, she spent a lot of time gathering knowledge from everywhere and all kinds of people, no matter how weak they were. One of her primary motives in participating in the Second Origin War and being so active was to use the chaos and gather knowledge from everywhere throughout the chaos universe. Our Wang clan's daughter-in-law is a scholar. I'm sure the ancestor would see this as a blessing considering all of us are a group of rough men, Wang Wei chuckled. Wu Hong had to physically pause after hearing these words. Then, she gazed at him, getting a little too comfortable, aren't we? You're absolutely right, and I sincerely apologize, Wang Wei said with a straight face and body language that indicated as such. This bastard, Wu Hong thought. She resisted the urge to slap him into oblivion as she could tell he was the opposite of sincere. Then, she displayed a charming smile. Such an act should have made Wang Wei reach cloud 9, but deep fear rushed into his soul instead. I'm suddenly worried about your safety and future, Wu Hong said, keeping that lovely smile. How about this? For my peace of mind, I'll train you after this event. Yes, only with my training can I feel reassured that nothing will happen to you when you face these people. Oh, come on, woman, Wang Wei thought. It's written all over your face that you want to use this opportunity to beat me up. This is abuse. This is a crime of a wife abusing her husband. Sadly, he did not dare say these words out loud. Is this necessary? What do you think? Wu Hong replied, her smile still as angelic as ever. Fine, Wang Wei accepted his fate. He knew she would beat him, but she'd also train him, and there was no better teacher than her. I know I should never have trusted in that bastard, fate, Wang Wei muttered under his breath. It lured me with the promise of a beautiful, talented, and strong wife, but without telling me the consequences. All my life, I've been suppressed by this woman. All right. Fine. But one day, I'll surpass her and have my revenge. After uttering these words, Wang Wei felt his spirit condensing slightly as he formed a second semi-obsession. Meanwhile, Wu Hong, next to him, obviously heard his mumble with her cultivation. Keep dreaming, Wu Hong thought. However, she felt the pressure. With how she was stuck before the gate that is transcendent, she knew, with his talent, it was only a matter of time before this bastard's strength reached the same level as hers and even surpassed it, since his foundation would be better than her because achievements like 10 Supremacy Foundation, the title of Mortal Emperor, and more importantly, the perfect foundation and becoming an immeasurable emperor. And that's not mentioning how he achieved the taboo realm in all 3 realms while she only did it in 2. All these things may seem insignificant now, but they will become essential factors in how strong someone is in the primal paragon, and Wu Hong theorized they are even more critical once someone enters half-step transcendence. No, I can't let this bastard surpass me, she thought. Wu Hong could foresee how embarrassing it would be once that happened, and she knew he meant every word about making her pay. Should I just enter the dark truth and practice the perfection foundation? He did it, and he's perfectly fine. She could not decide now but was leaning toward just doing it. Let's not make a decision now, but there are other steps I can take, she analyzed. The main goal is to become half-step transcendent before him, that is a must. The secondary goal is to improve my foundation. Countless thoughts flashed into her mind. It's impossible to make up for the Emperor Taboo realm since the price is not worth it, Wu Hong analyzed. According to her years of study and analysis, a kind of transformation will occur after becoming a half-step transcendent based on a person's achievement in the taboo realms. As such, if a cultivator wishes to benefit from it, they must do it at the appropriate realm. Wu Hong would have to reincarnate and start over to get the benefit of the Emperor realm. Such a price was not worth it since she did not know for sure what the benefit was. After becoming a transcendent, she hopes to make up for it in another way. I can acquire the 10 Supremacy Foundation by experiencing foundation re-establishment, but in my realm, it is extremely dangerous, even for someone like me, Wu Hong thought. However, I can increase my chances of success and decrease the mortality rate by training someone who achieves that foundation, sealing it, and taking it for my use. This plan is feasible, with the only downside being that she must find someone talented enough for the job. However, such a small problem was nothing to her. She could use resources to change someone into such a talent or even use her grand mist will to create someone. Additionally, Wu Hong understood that talent was not the primary requirement for achieving the 10 Supremacy Foundation. Her training will be critical as she must ensure that the chosen individual has enough luck/destiny, wisdom, Tao heart, resources, and willpower. 10 Supremacy is still doable, but immeasurable emperor is something else, Wu Hong frowned. That was an achievement instead of a foundation. As such, if she wanted to receive its blessing, it was not as simple as cultivating someone and then taking it from them. When she met Wang Wei at the hot spring, she peeped at his past and saw everything he experienced in the lower dimension in order to get a non-biased understanding of his personality. As such, she knew that the critical factors to becoming an immeasurable emperor were to have a deep enough understanding of the Tao in the mortal realm and a Tao heart and willpower strong enough to create a path directly to the grand Tao source. Wu Hong knew that she could train such a person as long as she invested enough time and resources. However, that would not help since absorbing them is not enough to get the true blessing of the immeasurable emperor achievements. Instead, she would need to change her past, making it seem like she had achieved it. However, that path is not feasible, Wu Hong thought. Anything relating to messing with time is already complex enough, but that's not even the main reason this approach would not work. Wang Wei was the first immeasurable emperor of the chaos universe. If Wu Hong changed her past to acquire that achievement, she would be rewriting the history of the entire chaos universe. The backlash from such an act would instantly wipe her from existence. An alternate approach would be to create a causality-free clone, send it to reincarnation, and absorb it once it becomes an immeasurable emperor. However, that is another problem on its own, Wu Hong groaned. Due to their rarity, the methods of creating causality-free clones are among the most valuable things in the chaos universe. People desperately search for them, as this is the only way to make up for past regrets without having to start over. It is the only widespread way to grant a second attempt at the eternal path without reincarnating and starting over. As such, emperors, empyreans, and paragons, who failed to become eternals, everlasting, and boundless, desperately wished to create a casualty-free clone. Wu Hong squinted her eyes. She knew that the rarity of this method was not even the biggest problem. These clones are one of the biggest pits in the universe. Causality-free clones are one of the ways these higher beings manipulate people since it's easier to corrupt the clones and have them rebel against their creators. Unless, as a last resort, I don't want to use this method, Wu Hong contemplated. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know it report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1269 The Other Foundations. While dividing her mind into two to continue listening to the sermon, Wu Hong continued to deduce a better way to achieve the status of immeasurable emperor. In less than a second, her mind calculated 1 trillion possibilities, deducing countless ways for her plan. However, she did not like the solutions she came up with until the last one. This method is feasible, but it takes too long. Her main issue was she did not have much time for that bastard to catch up to her, so it would be pointless to delay even more with a method that takes so long. Wu Hong frowned until an idea flashed. How about I ask him? She narrowed her eyes. It will reveal much about him depending on what he answers. So, she waited until the person after Immortal Venerable Six Swords finished their sermon to ask Wang Wei. She told him everything, including her deduction of the importance of the foundation at the half-step Transcendent realm. Meanwhile, Wang Wei looked at her with his mouth agape. He took a deep breath to calm down. Let me see if I get this correctly. You were inspired to improve your foundation to prevent me from beating you, no, rightfully get my revenge. But now, you're asking me how to prevent fulfilling my lifelong dream? How you summarize the situation makes it much more dramatic than it actually is. But it is this dramatic, Wang Wei said. In my life, there is only one opponent I've never beaten, and it's you. And you expect me to help you continue beating me? He did not hide his frustration, pain, and suffering. You're such a drama king, Wu Hong rolled her eyes. So, what idea do you have? Wang Wei grunted as he caressed his temple. She definitely spied on me somehow. Should I bring it up? Forget it. There is no point in fighting for something like that. Well, you can't use the causality-free clone, that's obviously a big pit. Wu Hong did not mention the downside of this method in detail, but Wang Wei could see it. He could deduce how many suckers suffered under this method. A few of them probably thought they were clever and tried to use reincarnation to better hide their clone by giving them a recognized identity. However, that is another suicide move. They might be lucky if they successfully hide that clone from the Yama kings, but if they do not, then they are screwed. If any of these bastards have ever offended the Yama King or even gained their hostility for any reason, they can kiss that clone goodbye. And even if the Yama Kings don't do anything to it personally, they can just secretly release the news to the enemies of the original owner. But that's not the worst of it. Even if they could hide it from the Yama Kings, could they hide it from the Samsara Cardinal? So, sending a causality-free clone through reincarnation is like sending your weakness to a higher being. However, as bad as the causality-free clone is to people like us, it's a great method to create pawns at a higher level, Wang Wei commented. If he were on the level of the Cardinals, he would spread these clones everywhere as pawns to do his bidding. Indeed, Wu Hong agreed. At that level, it's probably way easier to make those clones. More importantly, the backlash from them getting out of control probably serves no significant threat. They can probably use these clones to lure people into trying to create backlash for them. You still haven't answered my question, Wu Hong continued. Your best bet is to leave the primordial timeline, Wang Wei answered. There won't be much backlash, and if you can find a timeline where I haven't become an immeasurable emperor, then you'll be set. The myriad origin realms, why didn't I think of that, Wu Hong muttered. The myriad origin realm, also known as the infinite trichiliocosm, was a place of endless wonders, and the rules were indeed less restricted, making it an excellent place for Wu Hong's work. Wang Wei was not surprised she did not think about it. He had noticed the paragons in the primordial timeline were isolationist, mostly ignoring the endless wonders and benefits of the multiverse. He doesn't know whether this results from a sense of superiority for being in the primordial timeline or because Grand Tao has secretly been doing things in the shadows or something else, but it is there. Thank you for your help, Wu Hong said brightly. Such an answer might appear small, but she knew how important it was. Throughout her long life, Wang Wei was not the first man who caught her attention. A few suitors have aroused her attention, but they all failed for one reason or another. The primary fault is that they usually envy her strength and talent. These people wanted to bring her down instead of climbing to the same level as her. They didn't want an equal partner, they wanted a submissive wife. Specifically, they wanted to turn Wu Hong, with all her prestige, power, and glory, into a submissive wife. No problem, Wang Wei said as he closed his eyes. No, I cannot let this go on. I refuse to be a wife-dominated emperor for my entire life. I must be on top once in my life by my own strength. Let's see, since she can improve her foundation, I can do it too. Where to begin? Since there is the 10 Supremacy Foundation, why can't there be things like 11 Limit Foundation, 12 Complete Foundation, and 13 Transcendent Foundation? And, I'm semi-satisfied with these names, but if you have better suggestions, I'm open to them. Numerous inspirations flashed into Wang Wei's mind. It's ridiculous to expect a mortal to have the strength of an Empyrean or Paragon. However, they can have second, first, and eternal tier strengths. And the number seems to match perfectly. 10 Supremacy corresponded to the third-class Emperor, and 13 Transcendent Foundation correlated to the Eternal Emperor. Yes. I can follow her path of training someone with the 13 Transcendent Foundation, then re-establish my foundation, and seal and absorb their power to reduce the risk, Wang Wei planned. He drooled thinking about the day she thought she was invincible, and he showed up with his newfound strength. I just thought of something, help me deduce it, Wang Wei said with a gentle smile. However, Wu Hong did not like that cocky smile, feeling something was about to happen. Her intuition was correct. After hearing Wang Wei's plan for new foundations, the only thing left in her mind was, this damn bastard. What do you think? It's feasible. She had to squeeze these words out of her mouth. It was already a time-sensitive issue for her to make up for those other foundations, but now there were more. It did not help that with the mortalhood trial, this bastard would enter the Paragon realm too soon for her liking. He, Wang Wei chuckled. Accept your fate of being dominated. Soon, you'll know what it's like to be in my shoes. You're too arrogant too quickly, Wu Hong snorted coldly. Foundation is not everything as it represents more potential. There are many ways in this vast universe to make up the gap of strength. Whatever helps you sleep at night, Wang Wei sneered. Now, can you help me deduce if there are any potential problems with my idea? Wu Hong snorted coldly before closing her eyes and deducing. A few hundred years into the sermon, she opened her eyes, her complexion not looking good. What happened? Wang Wei asked after noticing she had woken up. It's not as simple as you had imagined, Wu Hong stated. You cannot just skip to the so-called 13 Transcendent Foundation. Instead, you must experience Tao Foundation re-establishment for each, and the difficulty will rise with each one, along with the chances of experiencing true death. Given how Grand Tao operates, I should have expected this, Wang Wei nodded. The risk would not stop him. But why is your face like this? This news is not enough to rattle you, unless... The smirk on his face was evident, and Wu Hong wanted to slap him. She was annoyed because she would have to waste even more time now. Previously, she thought she could skip the 10 Supremacy Foundation and go directly to 13, but now, she knew this was impossible. In other words, she would have to waste even more time catching up. Should I focus on becoming a Transcendent while he's reinforcing his foundation? No, that would be putting the cart before the wool. According to her deductions, these foundations will bring immense benefits to the next realm, especially by combining the 13 Transcendent Foundation and the Perfection Foundation. If she's correct, once they enter the realm with such a solid foundation, they'll be able to defeat at least 10 people on the level of Maitreya and Supreme Unity, who used flawed methods, and 5 people who used flawless methods. And that's not counting the benefit of the Battle Taboo realm. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1270 Interruption. Maybe I should take time to create or find some devastating secret techniques that increase battle strength, Wu Hong thought. Secret techniques are common in the cultivation world as they are usually ways for cultivators to drastically increase their strength by paying a price. They are typically used in desperate situations, and the most common methods are burning the blood, body, and soul to increase power. Secret techniques become more important at the pinnacle of the Paragon realm because they are the most widespread method of acquiring the title of Primal. Of course, people who become Primal through secret methods are at the bottom of the list. After all, you'll become weak after using this technique since you must pay a price, leaving yourself. Wu Hong smiled wryly, knowing this method would not work. If she became weak after defeating him with a secret technique, wouldn't that leave her open to being bullied? Could it be that she had to immediately run and hide every time she beat him? I must heal my injuries to the point of returning to the Paragon realm. Then, I'll enter the dark truth, and during the establishment of the perfect foundation, I can better heal myself when rewriting my existence. She had made up her mind. At this point, hesitating and delaying would only make the situation worse for her. Wu Hong suddenly felt a lot more relaxed after making that decision. It's been a while since I've been so motivated to improve. The feeling is not bad, Wu Hong nodded. More importantly, I cannot let this bastard ride over me. She smiled, feeling more confident than ever. Who was she? Empress Wu. She never feared or backed down from a challenge and was not about to do that now, even for her future husband. Wait a minute, Wu Hong thought. When did I start thinking of him so intimately? This bastard is so smooth. I fell for his scheme without even noticing. She looked back at their 2 meetings, and she had to admit, they got along so naturally as if they were 2 sides of the same coin. It's a good thing that we can get along so naturally. The path ahead is long, and it would be a nightmare if our personalities did not match. However, I still need to look at things more rationally, Wu Hong thought. She took a moment to look at Wang Wei from a rational and objective point of view. We are compatible in our personalities, ambitions, and drives. He has the strength and talent to keep walking forward with me and be a support on this long journey of the Tao. He is not selfish and intimidated by my accomplishments and challenges me to be better than I believe I could be. Besides a few other minor things I need to check later on, there are only 2 main issues, trust and goals. So far, he's shown me that he's reliable and trustworthy, but enough to put my life in his hands? Wu Hong thought about this deeply. The fact that she's willing to enter the dark truth indicates a high level of trust, but she views it more as a calculated risk. She saw the benefits, spent many years deducing and calculating, and after meeting Wang Wei, she made the final push to it. In the lower dimension, Wang Wei entered the dark truth mostly based on the trust of that clone. But if our situation were reversed, could I so unquestioningly trust him? Wu Hong asked, and she did not have to think long to know she would not. So, it's apparent that her trust in him is not that level, and she reckoned he does not trust her as much as he does that clone. That's fine. We can slowly get to know each other and increase our trust, Wu Hong thought. Trust can be cultivated over time, so there is no need to make a big deal out of this issue for now. Of course, it will be something else if they cannot cultivate their trust to a certain level after years of trying. At that point, she hopes they can part amicably. Finally, it's the issue of goals, Wu Hong continued. Wang Wei is obsessed with achieving absolute freedom, and she has her goals that she would not give up for anything. For people at their level of Tao heart, it's impossible to give up their grand pursuit of the Tao for something that is both fleeting and eternal as love. Here comes the issue: what should they do if their pursuit/goal clashes with their relationship? Should they give up their dream and focus on the relationship? Should one person sacrifice for the other? Or should they go their separate ways? Even worse, what if they have no choice but to become enemies? As previously stated, with Wu Hong and Wang Wei's Tao heart, they can't give up their goals, let alone sacrifice them for each other. So, they must come up with an agreement on how that would proceed. He previously had this conversation with that clone, but we must have it again, Wu Hong thought. She always felt that the clone was a little too in love or too emotional, which is fair if she comes from the future and has known him for far longer. As such, that conversation was too easy by her standards. These types of conversations are the kind that make or break a relationship. They can establish the foundation for a partnership that lasts for eternity, so there must be a much higher level of rationality than the clone used. It's good that we have a clear plan to proceed to the next stage of our relationship, Wu Hong thought. She had certain expectations but kept them under control to avoid being too disappointed when they were not met. As she said to him before, she looked forward to him bringing more color to her slightly dull life, but she was also happy with continuing with how things were. Wu Hong closed her eyes to focus on the sermon. Time passed, and the two did not speak much, with a few words in between. All the Tier 10 swiftly finished their sermon, and it was soon the turn of Tier 11. 6 preached, but something occurred when Sun Junyao was about to choose the 7th. She paused with a deep frown, making people wonder what had happened. So close. Why couldn't he have waited? Sun Junyao thought. She was about to choose Wang Wei's booth for the following sermon, but she received a message from one of her ladies that the special guest refused to wait any longer and demanded she see him. Sun Junyao was not happy. She planned to learn what kind of person that fated love was through the sermon, and in the third part of the celebration, she would propose they play a game of civilization chess and choose 3 people to be her opponent, and Wang Wei would be the third. Now, everything was ruined. Why did I expect any better from these people? Sun Junyao thought as she regained her composure. My deepest apologies, fellow Taoists, but I must leave early. What? People did not hide their shock and confusion. It's only temporary, but something urgent has come up, Sun Junyao explained. Once I return, I promise to sing a wonderful piece for all of you as an apology. Lady Sun, there is no need to apologize. We understand. Yes, take all the time you need. It is your celebration, and we are guests, so we don't mind waiting. These degenerates were happy. The last time any public record of Lady Sun's voice was recorded was when someone accidentally recorded a small part and sold it at an unknown auction. An Empyrean literally sold his sect to get it, turning over all lands, treasures, and resources, and even the disciples and elders became slaves. The terrifying part is this price was low due to the fact it was too late when the news spread. I'm glad you can all be so understanding, but I will keep my word. Sun Junyao said. In the meantime, enjoy a dance from our palace's most talented lady. She slowly left the stadium, giving these people one last gift. Once she was out of sight, the announcer, a beautiful middle-aged woman with a strict, no-nonsense appearance, awaited her. "Is everything all right?" Sun Junyao asked. "So far, we have found no issue." "Very well," she nodded before heading to a secret room of the palace. "Palace Lord, do you maybe want to change clothes?" The announcer reminded Sun Junyao, making her pause and look at her clothes. That would indeed make the guest feel more special, she thought, and with a snap of her finger, her dress changed to a more casual, intimate, red and black. She also changed her hairstyle to be semi-formal. "That's perfect. Let's go." Second floor, Wang Wei squinted his eyes after seeing Sun Zhenyo's departure. Are things about to start, or is this just a small prelude? He wanted to see what Sun Junyao was doing, but this palace was a potent treasure, and the formations were not a joke, rendering his powers useless. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1271 Lavish gifts. Blood Dragon, appropriately dressed in a blue and black robe, impatiently waited. He did not appreciate these ants having such a close and intimate relationship with his Sunner, but he allowed it long enough since he knew it would please her. However, he had allowed it to go long enough, and now was time for them to get to know each other. As for the so-called recompensation song, these people can only dream about it as long he's here. How could he allow these ants to share the joy of listening to his woman sing? Blood Dragon sneered. He suddenly sensed she was approaching, so he quickly condensed a mirror before him and checked his appearance. He found a small stain on his horn and swiftly wiped it. Then, Blood Dragon put on his brightest smile. "Yaoer, it's good to see you." Blood Dragon's eyes shine after seeing her new dress. He controlled himself to hide his happiness. He only wished he could rub in these people's faces, showing them how much special attention she was giving him. "Lord Blood Dragon," Sun Junyao bowed. "I've told you many times before that you can call me Aou. "In that case, Sir Aou," Sun Junyao said, her cheeks slightly red. "She did it, she called me by my name," Aoshan thought, trying his hardest to control his excitement. "I knew I made the wise decision to come here." That old man kept looking at him disappointedly despite not uttering a word, making him reconsider. Now, he knew he had made the right choice. Sun Junyao came and sat opposite the Blood Dragon, who was so happy that he felt like his spirit had flown higher than the 9 heavens. He looked at her in a daze. In his eyes, she had a human and a dragon form, and his focus was on the dragon. It was the most beautiful dragon he had ever seen in his life. It had the most magnificent black scale he had ever seen, and its scales were arranged so perfectly that they resembled a work of art from heaven and earth itself. Her eyes were purer than the whitest of snow, and her multicolored eyelashes gave her a coquettish spirit that drove him insane. Her horns were perfectly spaced apart, and their white color increased the dragon's nobility and beauty. Her 9 claws were slightly longer than regular female dragons, but they were perfect for the black dragon's slender body. Even her claws were the right amount of sharp, enough to be deadly, but also maintaining her elegance and nobility. "She's so beautiful, so perfect, Blood Dragon." "Sir Aou, you cannot just stare at a lady like this," Sun Junyao said with a blush. "Sorry about that," Blood Dragon said in embarrassment. He was so enthralled that he forgot his plan of acting more like a sophisticated gentleman. The room was momentarily awkward, so the Blood Dragon swiftly said, "Your strength is close to the Paragon realm, right? Well, I brought you gifts." He could tell Sun Zhenyo's cultivation was 88% Grand Dao source. "Lord Blood Dragon, I apologize for hiding it from you," Sun Junyao swiftly said. "It's fine," Aou waved his hand. "I understand that a lady like yourself needs to protect yourself. I'm not mad. I'll only be mad if you keep addressing me so informally." Sir Aou, thank you for your understanding," Sun Junyao sighed deeply. "I spent so many nights worrying about what you'll think of me, worrying you'll think poorly of me." "I would never," Blood Dragon swiftly reassured. "She thought of me? She thought of me." He was screaming in his internal voice. "You're so kind," Sun Junyao said with a pure smile. Blood Dragon instantly lost his mind. Luckily, he remembered he was about to show off with his gifts. So, he waved his hand to manifest a few closed wooden boxes. Aou opened the first, showing a paper with intricate symbols. "This is a dragon protection talisman that I refined myself. Although it's a one-time use talisman, it can block a blow from someone with cultivation as high as 95% Grand Dao source." Surprise flashed in Sun Junyo's eyes, but she hesitated to take it. "No need to hesitate," Aou said as he handed her the box. After a short hesitation, Sun Junyao forced one drop of her blood into the talisman to refine. "Next time, use soul refinement." "I don't like seeing you hurt," Aou swiftly said. The sight of seeing her bleed made his heart hurt. "Thank you for caring about me," Sun Junyao said with a flushed face. Aou suddenly felt invigorated. He opened another box with a pill that released 9 colors. "The 9-colored pill," Sun Junyao said in surprise. "This pill belongs to the category of Tier 11 pills, which are valuable because only paragons can refine them." "Exactly. With it, you can break the bottlenecks of nurturing a paragon's soul in quality and quantity," Aou nodded. "There are many bottlenecks to reach the paragon realm, and the soul has too." "Sir, this is too precious." "Nothing is too precious for you," Blood Dragon said. "And this is not the end." He opened another box. "Mother Lightning Branch," Sun Junyao said in surprise, as this was a Tier 12 material and another rare kind. "Correct. Using it should reduce the terrifying effect of the immemorial tribulation." Blood Dragon has never forgotten the fear he experienced during his Paragon tribulation. Despite spending years of preparation, he barely survived. This is the infinite samsara pill. It should temper your Dao heart to a sufficient level to deal with the time-washing heart tribulation. However, be careful, as you may get lost in the infinite samsara and never wake up. This is a rare white luck good fortune stone refined from the luck of countless Empyrean. Don't worry, and there is no backlash. This is a Dao-pushing pill, Aou sighed after introducing this pill. It should have helped you increase your cultivation by 2% instantly without any repercussions, but this pill cannot be used to reach 90%, so just use it to reach the Empyrean peak. A proud look flashed deep in Aou's eyes after seeing the shocked look on Sun Junyo's face. Then, he proudly continued. "That's a primordial essence heart. It contains enough energy to train your body to the peak of Tier 11. However, do not, under no circumstance, open the gate of flesh before your immemorial tribulation, or the difficulty will be 100 times harsher." Sun Junyao took a moment to regain her focus. "Sir Aou, why are all these gifts related to, you know?" "Very astute of you," Aou chuckled. "That's right. My greatest gift to you is the opportunity to enter the next realm." "Sir, what about the other? I wouldn't want you to get into trouble." Aou suddenly felt a surge of pride and unlimited power. "What can they do to me even if they wanted to?" he sneered. "And no need to worry, everyone made this decision. The frontier's situation is not ideal, and we need more powerhouses so everyone gets a quota." "I see," she looked at all the gifts. "I can't believe the Lord is so generous." "Of course," Aou replied proudly. "One reminded me that you cannot become boundless. The others will not accept such a thing and will interfere in your promotion if you do." Aou ensured to emphasize to her that it was the others and it had nothing to do with him. "That's fine by me," Sun Junyao replied without hesitation, making Aou nod in satisfaction. "So, what do you think? Satisfied with my gift?" "More than satisfied." "Then, how about you give a gift in return?" "What does Sir wish for?" Sun Junyao asked, her face redder than blood. Aou wanted to say a kiss but resisted the urge. He knew he needed to take things slow, or he might ruin everything. "Anything you deem appropriate." Sun Junyao pondered briefly. Her face showed some kind of internal struggle, but then she bit her teeth as a sign of resolution. She waved her hand to put all the gifts away and manifested a small table with a meat dish. This is a dish I've prepared especially for Sir. How about I feed it to you? Sun Junyao could not look him in the eyes as she said those words. Moreover, her face was so red that steam might have well been coming out of it. No problem, you said without any hesitation. He almost yelled these words, that's how excited he was. So, Sun Junyao slowly fed him. Her hands trembled, a sign that it was her first time doing something so intimate. However, that just made her more adorable to Aou. How about some wine? Sun Junyao acquiesced and fed him from the wine bowl. Aou could not describe the emotions he was currently feeling. Once the first bowl was finished, he asked for the second, and Sun Junyao shyly gave it to him. How about a third bowl? He asked shamelessly. This feeling was too intoxicating, and he could not help himself. It also helped that the food was probably the best he had ever had. However, he could not tell whether it was because of the taste or she was feeding him, probably both. No, that's enough. Plus, it's about time. Huh, what do you mean by that? Aou felt her tone was weird but could not immediately pinpoint how. However, he did not take long for him to find the answer. The blood dragon's face turned ugly as black veins materialized from his back and spread through every part of his body, including his neck and face. You poisoned me? It seems the death root poison was more potent than I anticipated, Sun Junyao commented. However, she was completely different from before. She was calm, composed, and indifferent. In her current state, people would not instantly notice her beauty but the ruthlessness emanating from her body. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1272 Not just one death. Sun Junyao calmly looked at the dying blood dragon. She was a master at reading emotions, so she could tell from his eyes that he was still in disbelief that she would betray him. She shook her head. He was just like everybody else. Sun Junyao sighed, thinking about how much effort she had taken before reaching this point. A look of annoyance flashed in her eyes. Do you know how much time and effort I've spent just on that death root poison alone? After you guys used the world's luck to cast a causality spell that destroyed anything that threatened you, almost all poisons in the world were destroyed. They were nowhere to be found. Sun Junyao wanted to be angry, thinking how many rare resources these parasites destroyed so that they could protect themselves. The only place with such poison was those top lineages, Sun Junyao continued. But they were sealed or did not want you to use an excuse to plunder their sects, so they refused any of my attempts to get my hands on one. As fate would have it, I found that destroyed death root and wanted to revive it. However, you people kill all poison masters, alchemists, or spiritual herb planters capable of such a feat. Sun Junyao looked at him with pity. Fate is truly against you. There happens to be a talented poison cultivator in the lawless zone with the skills to revive and even improve on it. The next step was to get you into ingesting it without noticing. For this part, I would like you to meet one of the greatest contributors. Sun Junyao clapped her hands, and a middle-aged man with streaks of white hair on the side of his hair walked in. His body naturally emanated a scent of spices. He looked at Blood Dragon with unrestrained hatred. Remember him? Sun Junyao asked. You probably do, since he's the only gift from you that I've ever accepted. Well, I have to thank you. Without all his excellent food, would never have such a rapid cultivation speed. More importantly, this plan today would have never succeeded. He integrated the death root into your food so perfectly that your body would not detect it as a poison. Instead, it will see it as a nourishing substance. Sun Junyao then pointed at the palace's ceiling to manifest an array. The next step was asking Lady Wu for this array that suppressed your sense of danger, and voila. Of course, it helps that you were so fanatic, for lack of a better word, about my beauty. I'm sure that was a great distraction from the danger surrounding you. Roar, a potent dragon roar emanated from Aou's mouth. With a twisted fist, he managed to summon a decisive blow as he summoned a red dragon phantom that rushed. The palace trembled, but nothing else occurred. A shield appeared before Sun Junyao and the cook named Xianxia. Weren't you paying attention to the banquet? Sun Junyao asked. Lady Wu granted me a protective talisman. How can someone like you break something she made? Know your place, little reptile. Aou's eyes turned red. Nothing dragons hate more than being called lizards, snakes, or reptiles. He stared at Sun Junyao. Oh, so many emotions, including some vile things you think you're going to do to me once you get out of this situation, she commented. However, more than anything else, you wish to know why I'm doing this. Am I correct? She asked him. I'm going to take that as a yes, Sun Junyao nodded. I'll tell you. Lady Sun, I think we should activate the poison and accelerate his death, Xianxia said. Is that your way of saying I'm speaking too much? She asked him. I wouldn't dare. You don't understand, Sun Junyao continued. I've been planning this for so long and had to keep it a secret to ensure nothing was leaked. Now is my chance to show off. How can I let it go so easily? She focused on Aou. To answer your questions, there are many reasons why I did this, including all the atrocities you've committed, how you, Parasites, have blocked the way forward, revenge for my cook, and revenge for scheming against my apprentice and turning him into a waste. However, none of those are my primary objective. For those, I only have two. Firstly, you killed my second apprentice. Aou looked at her confusedly. He did no such thing. It was an accident, but I don't know if that makes it worse or better, Sun Junyao continued. I once met this blind little beggar boy and surprisingly discovered he could not see me. I know you think my words are odd, but that's because you don't know that my accursed beauty works even on people without any sights or visual detection. As long as I'm close to them, their idea of the perfect beauty will manifest in their mind. However, that boy was truly blind, eternally without a sight. I knew he was special and planned to cultivate him, but my greed ruined him, Sun Junyao sighed. You have no idea how exhilarating it felt to talk to someone not influenced in the slightest by beauty. The boy was only 8 and was utterly ignorant of the world, but I enjoyed our conversations. I enjoyed cultivating his curious mind. Alas! A deep sadness enveloped Sun Junyao. I knew as soon as he became my disciple, our dynamic would change and we could not converse normally, so I delayed things just to enjoy that brief peace and tranquility. Sadly, fate had other plans. I only left for 10 minutes to deal with things at the palace, but when I returned, you wiped out the entire mortal dynasty. Later, I learned it was not even intentional. You had a confrontation with someone and blatantly used your aura in an area full of mortals, killing everyone around. My poor apprentice. Sun Junyao looked at him with a fierce gaze. That's why I chose you out of all the other 8, Sun Junyao said coldly with indifferent eyes. In the next second, her demeanor returned to calm and a little more positive. Of course, I cannot say that's my main reason, that would be hypocritical. After so many years, I've properly mourned little Ergu, Sun Junyao continued with a slight smile. My primary motivation is reputation. I'm tired of people seeing me as nothing but a beautiful vase, someone whose only value is their face. What better way to change my reputation than to kill a paragon and, more importantly, be the one to start the end of this era? A hint of brilliance and madness flashed in Sun Junyau's eyes. After killing you, my name will forever be transcribed in the annals of history. From now on, people will not know me as Sun Junyao, the most beautiful woman in the world. They'll know me as Sun Junyao, the Paragon Slayer, the herald of end of this terrible era. You won't succeed. Oh, but I will. Blood Dragon fell to the ground, his soul scattered, and his body turned into this black ash that dispersed a few seconds later. You should leave since the next part might be dangerous, Sun Junyao ordered. Are you sure you don't need my help? Xianxia asked. Don't worry. It'll be fine. I've rehearsed this for so many years that I'm prepared for most variables. As you wish. Xianxia disappeared from the room, and a few seconds later, Blood Dragon reappeared in the room. The process of returning from limbo was slightly disoriented, but he soon realized what had happened. Real-life talisman, he said with gritted teeth. Exactly, Sun Juneo nodded with a smile. I figure, given how many resources you've leached from the world, there should be a few third-rank longevity resources. Blood Dragon quickly calmed down. Now that I'm not poisoned, do you think you have a chance? He did not hide his sneer. Then, why don't you attack me? Sun Juneo asked, calmly waiting for him to make a move. However, even after more than 5 seconds, the dragon only looked at her while secretly analyzing the surroundings with his divine sense. Truly a coward, Sun Juneo uttered while shaking her head. I often wondered how people like you survived the time-washing heart tribulation. I guess that's not fair. Maybe in your prime, you had a pure and courageous heart to pursue the Tao, but after becoming thieves that stole the world's power, you indulged yourselves in power politics and thought only about how to preserve your power by keeping everyone else down. Sun Juneo was genuinely disappointed. Alright, since you want to take action, I will. She raised her hand to snap her fingers. Blood Dragon reacted. The difference between their strength was astronomical, so all of Sun Juneo's actions were in slow motion in his eyes. He raised his hand to release a devastating blood magic. However, as soon as he mobilized his power, Blood Dragon fell to his knees, holding his heart. You! Wondering how I knew about your bloodline curse? Well, let's just say you're not keeping as secret as you think, and many of the dragons under your control would do anything to get in my favor, she replied with a smile. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know your report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1273, Spear of Destiny. Personally, I never liked the dragon race, Sun Juneo continued. For what they are capable of, they are too arrogant. They are not the pinnacle race of bloodline and innate creatures since that title goes to the fiend gods. They are not the best regarding law comprehension since that title goes to us humans. So, what do they have for them to be so arrogant? Besides being able to show their superiority to the demon race, there is nothing special about them. And I've always wondered why dragons represented the chi luck of all sentient races. What did they do to deserve such an honor? I doubt their forefathers did anything valuable or unique to warrant such a blessing. It was probably Grand Dao's choice. Sun Juneo shook her head, not hiding her disdain. Regardless of how I felt about them, they did one praiseworthy thing, cursing you, Sun Juneo sneered. She knew that the bastard was ruthless even to his own kind, so during the Paragon cleanup, he volunteered to deal with his clan members. The sick bastard probably had some sense of inferiority due to his treatment in the clan and thought this was a perfect opportunity to get revenge. Unfortunately for him, one of the remaining paragons of the dragon clan was a ruthless man. Once she realized what fate awaited her and the surviving members of the clan, she sacrificed herself and all her hatred to put a nasty bloodline curse on Blood Dragon. Enough about the dragon clan, Sun Juneo declared as she raised her hand to manifest a dark aura. She waved her left hand to summon a river composed of chains with symbols on them. I need you to show me where your Tao mark is. Blood Dragon stared at her with bloodshot eyes. Although he did not speak, the ridicule in his facial expression was evident. I know you want talk peacefully. That's why I brought this thing. Here. Have a small taste. She injected the black aura into his body, and Blood Dragon immediately fell to the ground, shaking uncontrollably. Then, less than 10 seconds later, he started screaming his throat out. Sun Juneo calmly watched him for half a minute before stopping the pain. I've copied the flesh tribulation pain of more than 10 million body refiners, ranging from the mortal realm to those close to opening the gate of flesh, Sun Juneo explained. How is the pain? Do you want to try more, or do you want to tell me what I want to know? Blood Dragon did not utter a word. He couldn't, even if he wished to, as he could still feel the lingering pain. But even if that were not the case, he knew the importance of his Tao mark and would never reveal such information. He might have many weaknesses, but there is one thing that he never plays with, his life. That's unfortunate, Sun Juneo sighed before activating the pain again. She watched him scream for half an hour. You know you could just kill yourself, right? Sun Junyao stated. Do it, and the pain will end. Blood Dragon continued to scream in agony. Unfortunately, for people like you, living is above everything. Your life is more precious than even pain or discomfort. I guess I should give you some credit since your insistence on living despite anything is a form of high willpower. Sun Junyao watched him for another half-hour before stopping the pain. Don't waste your breath. I won't say anything, Blood Dragon uttered. Oh, I'm aware of this, she replied with a smile. I figured this might happen, so the pain was just the first step of the plan. Its purpose was to weaken you mentally for the next part. A transparent cube with a blue, dreamlike fog appeared in the mist. This is the ultimate illusion created by the 13-tail paragon. I've added some essence of perfection into it to raise it to the next level. As she looked at the cube in her hands, Sun Junyao could not help but feel sad due to its creator's story. The 13-tail paragon came from somewhere in the lower dimension as a mutated 10-tail fox demon. However, her life was cursed by betrayal. Her clan betrayed her, and after ascending, everyone she trusted eventually betrayed her. Disillusioned by the world, she lived in isolation to protect her heart. Sadly, fate had other plans. A wounded man landed in her place of isolation, and out of the kindness of her heart, she saved him. Then, they slowly got to know each other, and her frozen heart slowly melted. Unfortunately, destiny has already written her life as a tragedy. In the Paragon realm, her Tao companion, the man she saved, betrayed her. Sun Junyao never discovered why, but she knew the third-tail paragon was injured. Before dying, she cast the ultimate illusion, putting the love of her life into a world of lust in which his essence would slowly be drained. This death was slow and devastating, but simultaneously, he never felt a single thing. Until the last primordial yang energy in his body was sucked dry, and his body and soul scattered, that man never felt an ounce of pain. Unfortunately, the 13-tail paragon also did not make it. She did not succumb to her injury but was tired of life after that betrayal, so she removed her Tao mark and scattered it between heaven and earth. Sun Junyao took a moment to compose herself before activating the illusion. She was lucky to find this thing still active in a secret realm and almost died. That secret realm is one of the few instances where her perfection saved her life as it awakened her from that eternal illusion. As expected, Blood Dragon was immediately laughing like an idiot. Sun Junyao did not blame him since she knew he was currently experiencing all the fantasies he had about her without remembering the fact she had just tried to kill him. She controlled the illusion so that he revealed the location of his mark. Blood Dragon subconsciously resisted, but he eventually revealed the information after a slow and steady approach. Excellent, Sun Junyao thought before memorizing the location and putting her Tao will on the mark so she could erase it later. This is a perfect opportunity to get information out of him. Should I? No, I've already wasted so much time. She activated the curse to its full power. Boom! Blood Dragon exploded into a pool of blood that scattered everywhere. His soul also disintegrated. Sun Junyao was the only clean thing in the room since a barrier protecting her blocked the stain. She then waited, and a few seconds later, the Blood Dragon returned. No, roared Blood Dragon, his voice full of anger and agony. He did not expect the opponent to have more than one real-life talisman. How could she have gathered so much? They've been ensuring these things are extinct for countless Yuan epochs. Blood Dragon wanted to attack, but it was useless. After his outburst, the bloodline curse had already activated. He looked at her, and a hint of cruelty flashed in his eyes. He put his hands above his heart and pulled out a red liquid. He's stripping his bloodline? I did not expect this level of ruthlessness from him, Sun Junyao frowned. She knew the consequences of such an action. He will indeed remove the curse's effect, but the backlash was numerous, including flesh weakening, soul injury, and losing countless bloodline abilities and techniques. Even if I urge the curse now, it won't kill him, just further weakening him. An injured and weak paragon was still a paragon. It's time for the third killing method. Old man Tianji, it's your turn. I'm on it. A formation appeared above the room before starting to nurture this golden orb. Go ahead, said old man Tianji. Fellow Taoists, Sun Junyao said, her voice reaching the ears of all the banquet attendants. I've encountered a difficult problem, and I know this is a lot to ask for, but I would like to borrow your destiny. I cannot explain in detail now, but I promise it's for a good cause, and I will tell you everything once this is over. Lady Sun needs our destiny? No problem. You can have it. Forget borrowing, they'll give it to you if you wish. Countless Chi-Luck dragons and celestial phenomena rushed from the banquet room and into the golden light. Meanwhile, Wang Wei and a few people did not act rashly. Instead, he looked at Wu Hong. Don't look at me. Things have gotten this far. Can't you just tell me? No. I feel like you're just being petty. Bingo, Wu Hong gave him a thumbs up. Wang Wei sighed, and after thinking about it briefly, especially his conversation with old man Tianji, he sent his destiny. Of course, he also added something to it for protection and to spy on what it's going to be used for. Most people, like Emperor Kong, made similar choices as Wang Wei after pondering about it, and only a handful of people directly rejected the proposal. Old man Tianji, who was controlling the formation, had brilliant lights in his eyes after seeing Wang Wei's destiny. He even sighed in relief. With all the people present, it's possible to condense the Spear of Destiny, to kill the dragon and ruin his luck, but it will be perfect if the destined one used his destiny. With him added to the equation, there will be no issue. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1274 The Last Life. Sun Junyao calmly glanced at the golden spear manifesting above the sky and nodded. Meanwhile, Blood Dragon was still suffering, trying to strip his dragon bloodline from his body. It did not help that the curse was acting up, making the process more challenging than it needed to be. However, despite the terrible pain, Blood Dragon gritted his teeth and continued. As soon as he removed the last drop of blood, Blood Dragon felt a terrifying weakness overwhelm every aspect of his body. It took a lot of effort for him not to fall on the floor, as even his legs were trembling. Then, there were the headache and visual hallucinations due to the injury to his soul. Blood Dragon tried to control his mind and use a healing technique. He needed to recuperate as soon as possible since he was still in danger. Sadly, his efforts were useless. Sun Junyao realized he was at his weakest when the bloodline left his body and attacked. The golden spear descended from the sky and pieced the dragon from the back. Ah! Blood Dragon roared in agony. The pain was more unbearable than all these body refiners' tribulation. It was like this thing was his nemesis, like it existed solely to kill him as painfully as possible. Blood Dragon immediately knew he would not survive this spear. The thing not only devastated his body but also wrecked his soul and sea of consciousness. It was savage how much destruction it brought to his soul. However, this was not even the worst part. Blood Dragon saw his Chi-Luck dragon. His luck was majestic beyond anything words could describe. It also had a crown with moon symbols around it, symbolizing how he controlled much of the entire world's luck. However, the spear ruined everything. The crown was shattered, and his Chi-Luck dragon was on the verge of collapsing. No, Blood Dragon thought. He could accept losing such precious longevity resources but not lose his luck. As long as he was alive, there was a way for him to regain these crucial resources, but once his luck was destroyed, he knew the only fate awaiting him was death. You bitch, Blood Dragon yelled, his fierce eyes glancing at Sun Junyao. Such harsh words. Is this how you talk to the woman you love? Sun Junyao asked, making a hurt face. Especially after everything we've experienced in that illusion. How could you talk to me like that? Her words only aggravated Blood Dragon's hatred. Mark my word when I say I'll kill you. From now on, no place between heaven and earth is safe for you. And once I get my hands on you, you'll suffer a fate worse than death. I will have every man in the world have their ways with you. From the lowliest of slaves to the stinkiest, most disgusting beggars, they will know what you taste like. Then, he'll broadcast the process to the world. The killing intent and hatred in his eyes were so palpable that the room turned black and red. Yes, said Sun Junyao, not affected in the least by those words. Here it is, your true self. The disgusting being that sees me as nothing as a sex object. I've always been tired of you people acting like gentlemen when what you want is so evident to me. It's riveting when the mask is removed, and I get to confront your true self. She had a bright smile on her face. She snapped her finger, and the spear rushed out of Blood Dragon's body. As the proud dragon rapidly disintegrated between heaven and earth, his eyes never left her sight. It was like he was trying to curse her with his eyes. So, this was a red banquet? Wang Wei said, genuinely shocked. Something like that, Wu Hong nodded. I did not think she had it in her, Wang Wei said. He guessed she would play a prominent role, but he honestly expected the event to evolve around him. He was not being narcissistic, but his destiny meant he was a trouble magnet. 9 times out of 10, it's related to him once trouble starts and he's around. I must admit, my respect for her has reached another level, Wang Wei praised. Simultaneously, I feel called out. I'm the one with the destiny to kill these bastards, but while I'm still preparing, someone has already killed one of them. What? Are you worried you'd lose your status as a son of Era? Not really, Wang Wei shook his head. Many things started to make sense to him, like how the poison master lost her deathroot poison and many others. So, he knew that Sun Junyao must have been planning this assassination for countless yuan epochs. If he had so much time, he could do it even better. If Heavenly Tao is so short-sighted to remove his status and give it to someone else because of this event, he won't care. Anyway, his biggest motivation for dealing with these parasites is that they are blocking his way forward, and it's the best way to amass enough merit to raise his golden body to the 3rd level. He would kill them regardless of whether he had the destiny or not. You know, sometimes, your non-caring attitude is the opposite of cute, Wu Hong sighed. So, you admit it is cute most other times? Wang Wei said with a smile. This is not the time for flirting, Wu Hong rolled her eyes. Wang Wei was about to say something when he sensed something. It's not over. Sun Junyao held the golden spear and waited. As expected, a pale-faced blood dragon appeared before her. However, unlike the previous time, he was extremely calm, and his eyes were terrifying. According to information, this should be your last life. You die now, and you're truly gone, Sun Junyao said calmly. Do you think any of your tricks and trickery will work on me now? Blood Dragon sneered. You're correct, Sun Junyao admitted. She thought of a few other methods to kill him, but the plan has reached the point that these killing methods are more of weakening methods. However, she did not mind as she had accomplished something crucial. Blood Dragon's strength had dropped from 93% Grand Dao source to 90%, and many of his techniques relied on his bloodline, emptying almost everything in his fighting bag. But only partially, Sun Junyao continued. The room suddenly changed, becoming a vast universe billions of times larger than the observable universe in the prehistoric world. Blood Dragon was on the highest alert to prevent any more schemes against him. It's already terrible to have completely fooled him twice. He would be a stupid pig to be fooled a 3rd time. I've always planned for your last death to be through honorable combat. That's the best way to forge my reputation without people talking about how I'm a scheming bitch that uses my beauty, Sun Junyao stated. However, you're too powerful, so I had to level the playing field. Level up the playing field? Blood Dragon muttered, slightly confused by these words. Then, he thought of something, and his face changed. Sadly, it was too late for him to react. An immense pressure descended from the heavens into this universe, limiting his strength to the peak of the Empyrean realm. Lawless iron from the lawless zone. That's right, Sun Junyao smiled. Now, our strengths are on par. Isn't it the perfect way to decide victory? To decide life and death. As Blood Dragon glanced at her, fear rushed through his body. He knew geniuses like her had one thing in common, invincible in the same realm. He had spent most of the last few million yuan epoch bullying people with his higher cultivation. So, where would he have any experience fighting these geniuses on the same level? Blood Dragon took a deep breath to calm down. Luckily for him, the recent invasion awakened the fighting in his blood and brought him plenty of experience fighting these geniuses. Although he did not have the formation as protection, he was still technically one realm above his opponent and had many other advantages. Remember what I said? Just know, I plan to keep my promise, Blood Dragon said as he instantly transformed into his proper form to maximize his strength. However, Sun Junyao suddenly laughed uncontrollably as she saw him. The proud and mighty Blood Dragon who once dominated the world is now a snake even worse than a Jiaolong. The sky turned red to reflect Blood Dragon's fury. His appearance was that of a long snake with 3 claws, a few spots with scales, and a small dragon horn less than 7 inches above his head. And whose fault is that? He roared. He opened his mouth to fire a beam of corrosive blood. The beam destroyed trillions of galaxies as they rushed toward their target. However, Sun Junyao was extremely calm. She pointed to the golden spear and said, "Copy Dao activate." The sword released a slight golden light before 8 more appeared, for a total of 9. Then, with a thought, they rushed toward the beam and the dragon. Join my Discord to have many discussions about the story and so on. Here is the link, Novelcole Discord. GG/PrincessTAPY if you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know your report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1275 The Projection and Response, unedited chapter. All the people attending this celebration were shocked. What did they see? A projection of their goddess fighting this snake creature that appeared to be one of the 7 moons, Blood Dragon. These people have spent all their lives being oppressed by these 7 individuals, so they knew Blood Dragon's aura perfectly well despite his new appearance. Some wise immediately deduced why he turned into this appearance. On the 2nd floor, Wang Wei looked at the projection with squinted eyes. He suddenly thought of something and immediately contacted Wang Qi and Red Fate Mask. Patriarch, did something happen? Wang Qi asked since the latter used the emergency contact method. Contact the team and tell them to head to Blood Dragon's territory. Once they see the sign, they must attack immediately, plunder all the resources, and take the people away. What? What's going on? That bastard is about to die, Wang Wei sneered. Really? Wang Qi's eyes lit up. If that's true, this is our perfect opportunity. He grinned. Do you want me to tell the rebellion? Of course not, Wang Wei replied. We don't need more competitors. More? If I guess correctly, Sun Zhenyo's people should already be in place and preparing for the plunder. Sun Junyao? So she's the one responsible for this upcoming chaos? Wang Qi uttered. Why does it feel that any woman related to you is extremely dangerous? Watch your tongue, Wang Wei warned while looking at Wu Hong in the corner of his eyes. Red Mask, how is our infiltration of the Blood Dragon Palace? We have some people on the outside but no one in the core power, Red Mask replied. The Blood Dragon Palace is the central force of Blood Dragon and his place of residence. Their group is still in the early stages, so their achievements in this area were almost non-existent. Wang Wei frowned. This was expected since their guard had just started and barely had enough time to make any achievements. In that case, we must take the risk and be more direct. When the Blood Dragon dies, there will be a short period of chaos in the palace. You must take this opportunity to infiltrate the inside and take control of the Paragon formations. The attack from Sun Zhenyo's team and ours will create a distraction and prolong that period of chaos. Use it to get things done. I'll get it done, Red Mask responded directly. Good. Wang Wei ended the conversation, but his work was far from finished. His soul exited his body, floating a few inches above his head. Myriad chains and runes appeared above the soul before slowly dissipating. Wang Wei's soul then pointed forward, releasing a seal that surrounded the entire palace. From now on, no one can enter or leave this palace, including the Blood Dragon himself. If Sun Junyao fails, he will step up to finish the job. She only needs to weaken him so that even if she fails, I can finish the job with the 2 puppets and my paragon soul, Wang Wei thought. He then contacted his clone in the fate-changing hall, assembling everyone for this world-class mission. These people will drastically increase his strength and create a better distraction so Red Mask can succeed in her mission. After waking up from the shock of this projection, the participants had mixed reactions. Most realized they were pawned in such a plan, and their lives were at stake. They might despise the 7 moons, but they would never openly defy them. Most wouldn't even do it secretly out of fear of being implicated. There are those from powerful lineages who fear implicating their people. They know these parasites like to use whatever excuse to weaken or plunder their ancient lineages, and there are no better excuses than this one. Then, some people see the opportunity from Blood Dragon's death and immediately consider how to benefit from it. As such, the reaction of these participants could be classified into 3 categories: those who still supported Sun Junyao despite her actions, those who immediately ran away, and those who contacted the outside to prepare to plunder from the chaos. Sadly for them, Wang Wei had already sealed this place, having anticipated their reaction. Battle World. After Sun Junyao copied the Spear of Destiny, they rushed toward Blood Dragon's breath attack, destroying everything in its path before rushing him. The dragon felt that these 9 spears had locked him, meaning no matter what he did, he could not escape them. In other words, he was destined to be hit. Blood Dragon roared, and an artifact that resembled a military shield with a bloody head appeared before him. The shield morphed into a dragon before fusing with Blood Dragon's skin/scale. When the 9 spears of destiny hit, the dragon was perfectly intact. Fine it, Sun Junyao thought. She knew there was one thing that could tip the scale of this battle to her opponent, and that was his wealth. No one could fathom how much wealth these people have hoarded, how many paragon artifacts they have in their treasury. If the dragon uses his wealth against her, she is not confident she could kill him before someone notices something. So, when Blood Dragon summoned that shield artifact, Sun Junyao immediately found the dimension/space ring where the dragon kept all his treasure. She copied Empress was sealing Dao and placed the most potent seal she could amass to prevent him from accessing it. You. As I promise, today will be your death date, Sun Junyao sneered. The Blood Dragon summoned an ocean of corrosive blood. The so-called ocean spread to every corner of this universe, destroying everything. Everywhere it passed, the stars dimmed, galaxies perished, and spacetime collapsed because of its corrosiveness. However, Sun Junyao was calm. She copied a light Dao, and with a wave of her hand, a blinding golden light purified the corrosive blood ravaging this universe. Shen then turned into a sword of light that rushed toward Blood Dragon with unparalleled speed. The dragon made a wise fighting move by letting her attack him, and once his defense artifact blocked her, he would finish the job. Sadly for him, Sun Junyao was not a pretty flower that was not affected by the sun and rain. On the contrary, it seemed she was highly well-trained in the art of combat and had a terrifying battle IQ. After the shield artifact blocked Sun Junyau's light attack, Blood Dragon used a blood technique to absorb the blood and all vitality from her body, and it appeared it had succeeded until he realized this was nothing but a well-crafted clone. Sun Junyao primarily dealt with the shield paragon artifact by copying the technique of the infamous thief, the treasure-seeking Empyrean. The art of treasure possession is a rare technique that can control another person's artifact, including proving artifacts that are an extended part of anyone in the Emperor path. Sun Junyao did not copy the technique 100%. When Lady Wu trained her, she sent her into this pagoda to fight the imprint of countless powerful and unique entities while asking her to copy their abilities to the best of her ability. As such, she did not know whether the treasure-seeking Empyrean's technique would work on a paragon artifact, especially with her only having copied 95% of its essence. So, she did not try to control the artifact but rendered it inoperable for a certain period. Once she achieved her goal, she used the sky-tearing hand technique to penetrate the dragon's body and ravage his internal organs. Blood Dragon roared. His snake tail hit Sun Junyao with immense force, pushing her a few thousand light-years away. He then immediately used his Blood Dao to control Life Dao. After all, blood is considered one of the primary sources of life in the body. The Blood Dragon summoned a river of vitality. A single drop from that river was enough to give life to a universe the same size as the lower dimension. However, even after absorbing it, his injury did not change. The reason for that was simple. Sun Junyao was an everlasting Empyrean and had some achievement in body refining, meaning she left her true will inside his body. Meanwhile, the blood dragon could no longer assess his Dao will/Paragon will artifact. Sun Junyao changed her Dao into Yin-Yang. She pointed at the river of vitality and turned it into a river of death qi. The dragon resisted, so the river became a battle between life and death, rapidly changing from white to black. Sun Junyao took this opportunity to copy another Dao. Her demeanor changed to that of a supreme swordsman not tolerated by heaven and earth. A bamboo materialized on her right hand, and she waved it calmly to release a sword slash. The dragon had a terrified expression after seeing the bamboo sword, but what happened next solidified his reaction. The entire battle world screamed in agony at the appearance of the slash. Blood Dragon reacted swiftly as he opened his mouth to release a ball, his proven Dao artifact. This thing was in his sea of consciousness, thus not affected by the previous seal. He immediately used its power to protect himself from that slash. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1276. It's your turn. Blood Dragon's brows were furrowed. Despite using his proving Dao artifact, that slash still cut off a significant portion of his tail. No wonder Time Eater is so obsessed and fearful of that woman. If he did not act in time, he would have died without an intact body. He was so glad that he killed most of these swordsmen and not let them grow up. Their attack potency was something else. Blood Dragon's artifact released a red light into his body, trying to heal that missing tail, but it could only alleviate the situation. I must kill this bitch as soon as possible. Blood of the universe. Any universe or large space with intact rules and laws can be considered a living creature, and all living creatures have blood in some form or shape. Blood Dragon's technique allowed him to summon the blood of whatever area he was in and do with it as he pleased. In this current situation, he chose to swallow the universe's blood to increase his strength and regenerative capabilities. Then, he cut off the part of his tail with Sun Junyao's true will before regrowing it. Meanwhile, the most beautiful woman in the world continued emulating the most powerful swordsman in the world. She stabbed her bamboo, releasing a terrifying strike. An armor of blood surrounded Aoyu's body, blocking the attack, or it blocked most of it. The strike decimated the armor. However, it had one property that saved its wearer: constant regeneration. It did not matter how many times Sun Junyao's attack destroyed the blood armor, it would instantly regenerate. Thunder Dao, Immemorial Tribulation. One of the most challenging battles Sun Junyao had experienced was from the Divine Punishment Empyrean. The bastard created a thunder technique that summoned immemorial tribulation. After she copied his Dao, she made him experience the terror of his own attack. Blood Dragon's face lost color when he saw the tribulation clouds above their heads. There is one event that all paragons will never forget in their life: the immemorial tribulation. It did not matter how talented or easy the previous tribulations were, they would be traumatized by it. The more gifted a cultivator, the harder the tribulation and the higher the trauma. The Blood Dragon's first instinct was to run away from this tribulation. Sadly, the thing followed him, and not to mention Sun Junyao would not give him such an opportunity. She summoned a colossal axe, trying to divide him in two. Blood Dragon controlled his ball artifact to block the thunder from above while focusing on that axe. His body suddenly manifested countless blood veins that drastically increased his physical stats. His dragon claw clashed with the axe, and the sheer force destroyed the weapon. Sun Junyao was calm after seeing this result. Her objective of occupying the Paragon artifact had been accomplished. Without it, her chances of winning and killing this pig have drastically increased. She then activated her Awakened, which was in the form of a vision similar to Wang Wei. The vision showed a beautiful lake with 13 statues. 11 of the statues came alive and started dancing around the lake. The visages of the statues could not be determined, but anyone who watched them would instinctively think they were the most beautiful thing between heaven and earth. Additionally, the ethereal atmosphere of the lake somehow perfected their performance, elevating it to a higher state of existence. Dance of Perfection. Sun Junyao finally used a technique that could be said to be original. She used her awaken state to cast a potent illusion/charm technique that can lure the minds of people with the strongest Tao heart. The truly terrifying aspect of this technique is its ability to show people what they desire the most. It's not about their ideal version of beauty but what they pursue and want the most in life. Whatever that is, the dance will not reveal it to them but show them a path to achieving it. Sun Junyao knew that if she revealed these people's innermost desires, they would be more likely to realize they were in an illusion. So, she opted for the most captivating option, showing them how to achieve their ultimate goal/pursuit. While the dragon was distracted by that illusion, Sun Junyao controlled the spear of destiny to enlarge itself until it was larger than the dragon's body. Then, she nailed him. The dragon roared in agony. Luckily for him, the pain woke him up from that illusion. He immediately assessed his situation, realizing he had little time left. The spear contained the destiny of the Chosen One, meaning it was his nemesis. It was one of the best weapons to kill him. As such, if he did not make the correct move in the next nanoseconds, he would die, and it would be true death since he had no more longevity resources. In this brief moment of life and death, the blood dragon's mind was extraordinarily calm and calculated. He abandoned the current body and used the technique, blood rebirth. His Dragon Ball, the official name of his Proving Tao artifact, stored some of his blood essences in an emergency like this. With that blood, Aou survived and returned to his peak. Aou left the Dragon Ball with a new dragon body. His aura was fierce, and his strength was even higher than before. He felt great, that was until he heard these sarcastic words. "You really are an idiot," Sun Junyao sneered before reciting a spell, and numerous dark marks appeared on Aou's body. The curse, the dragon thought with an ugly expression. The blood essence he stored was from his previous dragon body, which contained the curse. As he felt his body immobile and unable to move, he gritted his teeth. He became even more ruthless and forcefully destroyed his bloodline a second time. The backlash was even more intense due to how much he rushed. Aou's aura plummeted along with his strength. His choice could be said to be the correct one, but it did not improve his situation in the slightest. On the contrary, it made things worse since Sun Junyao would not give him another opportunity. She summoned the Spear of Destiny and blessed it with a bit of destruction Tao. It was apparent she wanted to end this fight once and for all, making the blood dragon desperate. In this case, I can do only one thing, Aou thought. He knew the situation had reached a desperate level, and only one strategy left could save his life: stall for time. He first cast a technique called World's Protection. No matter how they achieved it, the fact is that the 8 moons and 2 suns were the destiny center of the eternal ascension world. Most of the world's luck belonged to them, so Aou summoned that luck to condense the ultimate defense around him. Of course, the blood dragon was not stupid, at least, not to this unreasonable level. He knew that Spear of Destiny was the bane of his luck Tao-based technique. As such, after the spell succeeded and the protection surrounded him, Aou used his blood Tao to convert this technique from luck Tao to blood Tao. Blood coffin, he changed into his human form to better condense his defense and lay inside a red coffin. Sun Junyau's spear bombarded the coffin, but it was perfectly intact. She tried a few times, and it was the same. Damn it, this is the worst-case scenario that I did not want to appear, she thought. She summoned her Proving Tao artifact, a miniature replica of her heavenly beauty palace. With the artifact, she can better replicate unique techniques or the ones based on outlaw Tao, like times, fate, destruction, etc. With these blessings, Sun Junyao started to bombard the coffin. She made progress, but the process was too slow for her liking. "This is embarrassing to watch," Wang Wei commented after seeing how the blood dragon forgot about the curse and revived from his blood essence. "This is what happens when you stand above all sentient beings for so long without having the strength and merit to do so," Wu Hong explained. Things wouldn't have been as bad had they taken this opportunity to improve themselves, like Time Eater. Instead, they spent most of their time thinking about keeping everyone down and not reaching their levels. The worst part is something tells me his situation could have been worse, Wang Wei sighed. You're right. If not for the foreign invasion that forced them to fight and improve their battle experience, they would have been worse, Wu Hong nodded. She suddenly looked in the distance. It's your turn now. Excuse me? As bad as these people are, they are not so incapable that they would not notice the dragon had slipped off and is on the verge of dying. So, someone is coming to rescue him? Yes, Wu Hong nodded. Luckily for you, it's just a projection with 90% of cultivation, so you should be able to deal with it. Wang Wei's mouth twitched. Why aren't you doing anything? I've done enough, and this is your destiny, not mine. Wang Wei sighed. He closed his eyes and raised his hand to summon the Spear of Destiny forcibly. He followed that by summoning the puppet the sect left for him as his Tao protector. Wang Wei's soul then left his body and entered the puppet's shell before putting on the black dragon armor. The puppet was about to leave when he suddenly thought of something. Could you lend me a paragon artifact? Preferably a pair that can be used as a formation. No problem. Wu Hong opened a crack in space, summoned a pair of sticks, and handed them to him. Don't you have something like a sword? You're the one asking, but why are you so demanding? Wu Hong rebutted. All right, Wang Wei said. The spear disappeared. He then temporarily removed the shackles in his soul, allowing him to immediately notice the being standing in the void, looking at the palace with suspicion. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know your report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1277 The Kun Fish, and I made a mistake in the previous chapter. The sect only gave Wang Wei one paragon puppet, and the other was a longevity resource. I've modified the last chapter. He still asked Wu Hong for a pair of weapons he would use later, but he only summoned one puppet. 5 feathers fused with the void while observing the heavenly beauty palace. She frowned deeply. No wonder Time Eater, who was usually so eager to return home, was acting so nonchalantly about this mission. He knew something was wrong. She understood why the latter did not fight so hard to be the one who sent a projection to rescue that stupid dragon. Why is she here? And is she responsible for the dragon's misery? 5 feathers pondered. After her projection returned to the Eternal Ascension world, it rushed to this place, but she did not dare enter because she sensed Empress Wu's aura. Throughout her long reign, 5 feathers was wary of only a handful of individuals, even a few of whom she feared. Empress Wu belonged to the latter. Now, what am I supposed to do? 5 feathers knew she could do nothing if that woman wanted to kill the stupid dragon. And if she tried to interfere, the fate of her projection would be the same. Simultaneously, she knew that if she failed this mission, the others would take this opportunity to attack her. Some might take into consideration the fact they had just lost the dragon and be more understanding, but that bastard, Undead Phoenix, won't care about such a thing. 5 feathers found herself in quite a dilemma. However, someone broke her thinking session before she could make a decision. She looked at the thing that rushed toward her with undisguised fighting intent. A paragon puppet? Her first thought was that this was one of those stupid people who had escaped the cleanup. During her reign, she faced many assassination attempts from people with low cultivation realms who accidentally got their hands on paragon tier artifacts, arrays, puppets, etc. However, the result was always the same, their eventual destruction. No, this is not just a puppet. It's you, Wang Wei. You're quick to catch on. You can hide your face, aura, and everything else, but you can't hide that disgusting destiny, 5 feathers sneered. Noted, Wang Wei said. He realized he needed a superior method of hiding his destiny due to their resonance with the parasites. In the future, if he ever tried to assassinate one of them, such news will be crucial. 5 feathers stared deeply at Wang Wei, her eyes not hiding her profound hatred. Normally, I don't mind beautiful women looking at me, but you're ugly, so please stop that, Wang Wei said calmly. Is this poor attempt at riling me up? I expect better from you, Five Feathers replied. She knew she was beautiful, so such words meant nothing to her. This is what I mean. Your face might be one of the best in the world, but your temperament and inside are so rotten that it's disgusting. Plus, I'm willing to bet my life this is not your original face. Some of your features resembled Empress Wu and my ancestor, the Sword Empress, too much. Others might not be able to detect them, but I can. You. Her anger drastically increased the temperature, burning the surrounding void. I already had enough of you. Five Feathers summoned the river of time with a thought and entered it. She pointed at the river, and a small fish the size of a palm suddenly floated to the surface. Her finger released a red energy that isolated that fish from the others and the river. Immediately afterward, she turned into this enormous fish the size of a universe before plunging into the river, swimming downward against its current. Five Feathers encountered significant resistance from the river but pushed herself to navigate against the current of time. She tried her best not to notice the significant amount of time was passing as she swam. Luckily, the bastard Wang Wei was young, so she did not have to travel far before reaching the time point before he proved the Tao. After arriving at her temporal destination, she left the river and transformed into her human form. He should be in the lower dimension, so I'll need to be extra careful and send a projection, Five Feathers thought as she looked around. She was in an invisible state to ensure no one noticed her presence. She knew the consequences of messing with time, so she was careful not to create any butterfly effect. She had isolated the bastard's time mark, meaning she could kill him without any consequences. Wait, something is wrong, she figured out. Her eyes looked in the distance at an elderly man in a cave with a heaven wheel before him. It was apparent he was about to fuse with it and prove the Tao. The time mark is not Wang Wei's, but someone else's. Did he already develop a technique to hide his time marks with others? Five Feathers was furious. She thought she could get rid of that bastard and prolong her reign over the world, but who knows, she was being played for a fool. Damn it, she muttered before slapping her hands and instantly annihilating that elderly man. From now on, the Whitehair Five-Claw Emperor no longer exists in the world as he's been erased from time. Five Feathers returned to the river of time, but this time, she did not turn into a fish but her phoenix form. She was all white with 5 distinguished feathers releasing divine light serving as her bird tail. She flew upstream the river until she reached her period, which was the presence from her perspective. So, that's how it is, Wang Wei muttered as he watched her action. There is a mythical fish called Kun. When in the water, it is a fish. However, it longs to be more, it longs to escape its fate as a fish, as a creature of the ocean. So, it broke the shackle placed on it by heaven and earth, jumped out of the water, and turned into a gigantic bird with a wingspan of 30,000 miles. Emperors have broken the shackles of life and death, achieving immortality, and even peeping at the essence of eternity. Empyreans broke the shackles of samsara. With their true self, they can experience infinite reincarnation, and they would not lose their identity. Meanwhile, paragons have broken the shackles of time. Time is no longer linear for them, and if not for the restraint of heaven and earth, they could probably play with it as they pleased. Wang Wei was in a trance due to this sudden epiphany. No, paragons have not escaped the shackles of time. They've removed most of time's restraints on them. If they could completely remove it, then they can achieve half-step transcendence. They will truly stand above the river of time. With this epiphany, Wang Wei's understanding of time Tao drastically increased, which then increased his overall understanding of fate Tao. So, his cultivation rapidly rose from 78% to 80% Grand Tao source. This is great timing. Time duplicate, as expected, Wang Wei thought. He quickly duplicated his paragon puppet due to his new understanding before handing it to the other staff. However, Wang Wei did not immediately let the duplicate take action but asked it to hide in the void for a sneak attack at the right time. I'm glad I did not have to ask her for help. That would be an awkward way for our first meeting. According to Wang Wei's original plan, he would have to ask Sun Zhenyo's help with her copy Dao if his method did not work. Now, everything is prepared. Wang Wei did not underestimate Five Feather Phoenix because of how Blood Dragon acted. He understood that one of the primary reasons the Blood Dragon's battle was so terrible was because of how emotional he was. Blood Dragon saw Sun Junniao as the love of his life, but she played with him and destroyed him emotionally. Considering his minimal battle experience, the entire fight became a joke due to his poor mental state. However, Five Feathers was not Blood Dragon. Their battle experience might be similar, but her mental state was perfectly normal. Additionally, she seems more ruthless, given that her first action after meeting him was to find his time mark and erase him from the past. "You bastard," Five Feathers yelled as soon as she returned. "Why are you excited?" "It's not my fault you acted so rashly," Wang Wei shrugged. "Oh, by the way, watch out." Five Feathers was momentarily puzzled before she sensed something and raised her head. Wang Wei's 11 fate palaces were arranged into a formation above her head and released a terrifying gray light. Five Feathers reacted swiftly by opening her mouth and firing a fire beam to block the attack. However, Wang Wei would not let such an opportunity pass by. He appeared beside her and smacked her face with his staff, sending the proud phoenix flying thousands of light years away from this location. This should be far enough, Wang Wei thought. He did not want their fight to affect the Heavenly Beauty Palace and possibly remove the seal he had placed, allowing these people to escape or release the information about the Blood Dragon. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know it report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1278 First Battle with the Parasites, unedited chapter. A flame manifested on Five Feathers' face, her deformed skull returned to normal, and her skin was as smooth as a lake's reflection under the moonlight. She stared at him with red eyes, her killing intent shattering the void, but it healed instantly, creating a situation where countless void tears materialized around Five Feathers. "How dare you lowly thing injure me?" "Lowly?" Wang Wei looked at her incredulously before starting to laugh without restraint. It was as if he had heard the biggest joke between all heaven and myriad worlds. "You, of all people, call me lowly? I have talent that you can only dream of. My ancestors created a foundation that spread through the chaos universe. Of all the infinite life in this world, heaven and earth chose me to bear the destiny of the next era. And you dare call me lowly?" Wang Wei looked at her with a sneer. "What do you have that can stand against me? Your cultivation? It's only a matter of time before I surpass you and can treat you as an ant. Is it because you're one of the 7 moons and a ruler of this world? But you and I both know that you're only a guarding dog of the 2 suns, not the true ruler of this world. So, tell me, where does your arrogance come from?" Five Feathers clenched her hands. She felt her pride being trampled. The sad part is that the latter is telling the truth, which hurts even more. Her killing intent suddenly increased. "You can say whatever you want, but it won't change the fact you're just a weak Empyrean. After I kill you, all the glorious halo that surrounds you will mean nothing. Let's see if you have this strength." Wang Wei smiled. He moved his staff in a circular motion, preparing to attack. Li Jun was a master of weapons, and Wang Wei has fought him countless times using his dream technique. As such, he also learned to wield all weapons. Additionally, he read all the cultivation techniques in the lower dimension, many of which involved stick Dao. Five Feathers did not play around. She was already furious at Wang Wei for what had previously happened, and his words sent her over the edge. All she thought about was how to kill him as fast as possible. She raised her hand to summon the River of Time and controlled its power to summon a temporal storm. Whenever the storm passed by, the space-time continuum became chaotic. The grass instantly aged millions of years, some dying off while others evolved due to the passage of time. Mountains and rivers disappeared or reappeared. The ravage of time changed the topography. Some places disappeared because time reverted to a period where they did not exist, and some appeared because of the opposite. Wang Wei's eyes squinted. He immediately deduced what would happen to him if this attack hit. He would either age and become feeble like an old man, revert to his youth, and lose his strength, or he would explode as his body constantly changes from aging and de-aging. He summoned 33 of his future Buddha self, to form a formation that instantly suppressed this temporal storm. 5 Feathers would not give up this opportunity and immediately used one of her most powerful technique, innate 5 elements light. She was a rare breed of phoenix born with the power of the 5 elements instead of just fire or ice. The innate 5 elements light was the accompanying divine ability she was born with, and over the years, she has cultivated it to a terrifying level. Wang Wei was on the highest alert. He had experienced similar techniques, but none were as deadly as this one. The 5 elements perfectly rotate to create a destructive force, unlike anything he's experienced. This is no longer 5-element Dao, but destruction Dao, Wang Wei concluded. This light destroyed anything in its path, matter, light, space, time, energy, and even concepts. Additionally, the thing was moving so fast that Wang Wei could barely react, and that's not to mention how this light had locked on him and removed most of his escape. I was right not to underestimate her, Wang Wei thought. Wu Hong once told him that no matter how bad these guys were, they were paragons, and this fact alone meant they were a real threat. No one ordinary can become a paragon. The parasites are despised by Wang Wei and people like Wu Hong and Yan Hai, but that's only because their standards are too high and they are anomalies. Wang Wei held his staff and directly attacked the light. 5 Feathers sneered, thinking the lad was young, arrogant, and did not fully grasp the vast difference between the Paragon and Empyrean realm. Sadly, she was the only one underestimating her opponent. Wang Wei's attack bounced the light to her, shocking her. That should have been impossible, and technically, she was correct. The possibility of her attack being bounced back was astronomical low. It's so low that it should be classified as a probability impossibility. Sadly, when someone controls luck Dao to such a height as Wang Wei, he can make these impossibilities a reality, almost like creating miracles. 5 Feathers woke up from the shock. She waved her hand to disperse the light. She spent trillions of yuan epochs developing this technique, so how could it hurt her? However, Wang Wei's goal was never to hurt her. Although it was a common tactic of messing up the opponent's mind by beating them with their own Dao or techniques, he was not so arrogant that he could do this to a paragon, at least not in his current state. His primary objective was to change the rhythm of this match. Although it had only started, 5 Feathers was ruthless and overbearing, and in just 2 attacks, she forced him into a passive state. He could not allow that to continue. His staff suddenly elongated above 5 Feathers' head, and he smashed downward. The beautiful phoenix's face changed. This attack was not a simple weapon smash. No, it contained a technique that Wang Wei had created. He once read a Staff Dao Emperor scripture called Critical Hit Path. The idea behind this scripture was that these mysterious trajectories existed between heaven and earth. If someone could follow them with their weapons, they could perform a critical hit, an exponentially more potent attack than usual. The critical hits could increase an attack's potency by as little as 10%, and there were no upper limits. However, the higher the critical hit, the more trajectory the attack needed to follow. Even the author of this technique never reached a critical hit beyond 20 times because of the complex trajectories. This technique had potential, and Wang Wei once tried to develop it. However, he had to give up after reaching a critical hit of 33 times because these trajectories were too much, even for his powerful mind. Additionally, he discovered that the higher the realm, the more complex they became. In the Emperor realm, he reached a critical hit of 33 times, but his limit dropped to 28 in the Empyrean realm. Unless he spent countless yuan epochs studying and developing this technique, he could not return to the original 33. 5 Feathers summoned her earth, turning herself into a rock woman. When the staff hit her head, it cracked, and she flew into the earth. However, she landed on her feet, and her injury was only a minor head scratch. This technique has a lot of potential, Wang Wei thought. Although it appeared that that strike was useless, Wang Wei knew otherwise. The Earth Dao defense technique 5 Feathers used is probably one of her life-saving and ultimate defensive methods. She connected to the earth of the entire Eternal Ascension world and used it to protect herself. How vast is the Eternal Ascension world? How big is its earth? And for her to summon so much of its power, she must have used her status and destiny as one of the world's ruler to deepen her connection with the earth. Yet, with that attack, he still broke through her defense. The side effects are too much, Wang Wei complained. It takes a lot of focus and calculation for him to achieve critical hits above 10 times, and given the fact his attacks now were at the Paragon level, the burden on his soul was something even Wang Wei could not bear. I have a feeling this technique will be very useful at the primal, no, half-step transcendence level. Wang Wei thought, making a mental note. He appreciated this technique, but not as much as now. So, he decided to take more time studying it and maybe even find its creator if they were alive. On another note, this phoenix is actually very talented, especially if you compare her directly to that stupid blood dragon, he thought. All the techniques she's shown so far were excellent, raising Wang Wei's appraisal of her by a decent amount. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1279 Intense Battle 5 Feathers had a look of fear. She almost died with that one stick. She had spent so much effort creating that earth defense technique, spending countless yuan epochs fusing and communicating with the eternal ascension world. She has absorbed so many rare earth resources to increase the technique's potency. Yet, this one attack broke it. Although she understood this was not her main body, the technique could not be as powerful as before. Still, she felt afraid, thinking how easily he had broken through it. I must kill this bastard, 5 Feathers thought. They knew the destined one would be an extremely talented individual, but she and the others always believed they had plenty of time. After all, no matter how talented an individual is, they need time to grow and develop. However, after this brief confrontation, she realized they did not have as much time as possible. With a paragon's soul, it won't take him long to enter our realm, 5 Feathers figured. Even worse, he might even achieve Battle Taboo Realm and become a threat before making a cultivation breakthrough. We do not have enough time. I must kill him. Boom! 5 Feathers released a terrifying aura, suppressing all laws, matter, and causality in her surroundings. Tao, come to life, she uttered. Her grand Tao source manifested behind her, releasing an oppressing aura. Then, 5 clones appeared around 5 Feathers, each dressed in a color representing the 5 elements. Wang Wei looked at her with squinted eyes. Is this the power of a paragon? He thought. He could feel it. After 5 Feathers acted, she became the center of 5 elements Tao throughout the eternal ascension world. In other words, no one can use the 5-element law/Tao before her. Wang Wei tried to summon his small understanding of the 5-element Tao, and as expected, it didn't even work. If that were her real body, the suppression would have been more severe. And if she held the position for 5 elements, she could probably strip everyone else of their use of this Tao. After figuring these things out, Wang Wei resolved himself to get his hands on the fate position. Although he was confident that the holder would not be able to strip him of complete control, the latter should have the power to reduce his Tao's effect/strength. After 5 Feathers summoned her element clones, they surrounded her like planets orbiting a star. The clones raised their hands to release lights associated with the elements that floated around the phoenix. Then, she finally cast her spell, Elemental Apocalypse World. Wang Wei was on guard, and as soon as these clones appeared, he attacked to try to disrupt whatever they were doing. However, the Earth clone released an invisible energy shield that quickly blocked his attack. As Wang Wei prepared for a second attack, the spell was already finished, and his instinct warned him of great danger. Wang Wei's eyes peeped into the future and saw the source of the danger, and immediately took action to evade it. However, it seems 5 Feathers sensed his action of looking through time and released the spell earlier than it should have been. Everything around Wang Wei changed as he found himself in a dark environment. A domain-like technique? He swiftly analyzed. No, not just that. It's also a sealing technique. A bright, dark red light suddenly manifested in this dark world, making things visible. However, Wang Wei wished he was still in the dark. He realized he was floating above this terrifying magma, which immediately erupted into a column of flame. He reacted quickly enough to evade. That was close, Wang Wei thought. The magma was enough to melt the puppet and even his soul instantly. No, why didn't I sense such dangerous magma was so close to me? He quickly caught on the crux of the issue. The darkness around, it's not a simple lack of light, Wang Wei analyzed. She used the idea that fire is the source of light to control darkness Dao. And this lack of light doesn't just affect regular senses. How terrifying were Wang Wei's senses. With all his over-the-top and extravagant Daos, he had so many ways to detect things. But this darkness still worked on him. Wang Wei evaded a few more columns of magma, and the thing seemed to have been tired of him evading, so it condensed a colossal arm to catch or slap him into oblivion. Wang Wei calmly waved his staff in a circular motion around him to create a yin-yang fish diagram. Then, under his control, he separated the magma into its two fundamental elements, earth and fire. He sealed these different elements, thus successfully neutralizing this magma. Wang Wei had figured out his next step, but before he could react, he suddenly felt dizzy and almost fell from the air. What's this? Am I poisoned? Damn it, it's the ash. One of the deadliest things about any volcano eruption is the ash, and this one was so potent that it worked on the puppet's body and his soul. He immediately surrounded himself in a bubble of infinite spacetime layers. As such, anything that tried to get to him must destroy countless universes or spacetime continuum. Unfortunately, that's precisely what Five Feathers did. A sandstorm manifested out of nowhere, eradicating all the layers around Wang Wei at an alarming speed. He immediately noticed that this sandstorm was created by combining Earth Dao and the sharpness of Metal Dao. Wang Wei's first instinct was to use the same strategy, divide them into their basic elemental counterparts and seal them separately. However, Five Feathers was not stupid, so the same method would not work twice. When he mobilized his yin-yang Dao, Wang Wei realized it did not work. He immediately understood the reason. Five Feathers must have used the changes between water and fire element to control yin-yang Dao, and when a paragon is using a Dao, how dare he, a small Empyrean, try to use it as well. Of course, such a method has limitations. For example, even if Five Feathers tried to restrict Wang Wei's Fate Dao or many of the others, it wouldn't work since they are not her expertise. Since yin-yang Dao won't work, let's try something else, Wang Wei thought. He smashed the sandstorm with his staff, and as soon as they came into contact, he changed the fate/destiny of this sandstorm so that they had never correctly fused. With his high battle experience, Wang Wei made the correct choice. However, Five Feathers anticipated his high battle IQ compared to hers and focused on one thing she had over him: she could react faster than him. No matter how powerful Wang Wei was, it did not change the fact he was using foreign means of achieving Paragon tier strength. Five Feathers was a full-fledged Paragon, while Wang Wei's was incomplete. He could use his experience and mind to think countless steps ahead of her, but he could not react as fast as her. His deductions are what made him close to her reaction time. All of this is to say that as soon as he dealt with the sandstorm, this apocalypse world changed. A swamp was starting to fill this sealed world at an alarming rate. Meanwhile, it started raining, but not water, but these terrifying metallic liquids heavier than a multiverse. Wang Wei calmly dodged the liquid metals, but each drop that fell on the swamp drastically accelerated the speed at which it rose. Time is running out, and my intuition is telling me my previous methods of dealing with these attacks won't work, Wang Wei thought, his mind working on overdrive. Swamp, a combination of earth, water, and wood elements. Liquid metal, a combination of water and metal Dao. No, given the terrifying weight, it probably also contains earth Dao. I see. Wang Wei knew what to do. He summoned his order disorder Dao. Order, all 5 elements Daos aspects, characteristics, and functions will be rendered useless. Usually, Wang Wei would only need such a order to deal with people who cultivated the 5-element Dao. However, he was dealing with a being higher on the hierarchy scale than himself. So, such a blatant rewrite of the rules will not work unless he's willing to severely restrict it or pay a price. Disorder, willpower backlash. Boom. A terrifying power that embodies order, chaos, and all the fundamental rules of heaven and earth descended into this world and rapidly dissipated it. 5 feathers appeared in the eternal ascension world with an incredulous look. Meanwhile, Wang Wei's face was pale. He felt a massive headache so painful that he grunted. If not for his willpower, he would have instantly passed out. The pain was brief, but that made it even worse as it seemed to condense much suffering in a short period. Wang Wei wiped the blood from his nose. I guess I should be happy since my willpower was tempered by a decent amount. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1280 Heaven and Earth Celebrate. 5 Elements Divine Eyes. The 5 elements are the foundation of all things. Thus, they revealed the truth of the universe. 5 feathers created this detecting ability with this concept. However, since it was based on the 5 elements, the technique did not work as she anticipated. Regardless, she noticed something. After trying to use her technique, there seems to be additional pressure on Wang Wei's soul/spirit. I see. The information said he cultivated order disorder Tao, so that's how he did it. However, it seems he had to use a severe price to remove all abilities regarding the 5 elements, 5 feathers analyzed. In that case, I should continue to use my ability to put pressure on him until he cannot hold on anymore. In the meantime, I need to find another means of fighting. Boom! Wang Wei's staff attacked 5 feathers with another critical hit. This attack was not as severe as the first one, meaning it required less time to calculate and place less pressure on her already weakened mind. However, 5 feathers casually waved her hand to create countless universes to serve as shields. With her grand mist will, this was a piece of cake. Although she could not summon creation lives from her main body, she could still use the grand mist chi. Wang Wei's attack easily crushed these universes, but they delayed enough time for 5 feathers to evade. I could use my sub-daos, but they are only in the Empyrean realm, 5 feathers thought. She was already struggling with her own Dao, so these sub-daos would be even more useless. Even if she used her soul to boost them to Paragon tier, they would not be as effective. In that case, this is the only way to continue this fight, 5 feathers thought while wishing she had brought any Paragon artifact. Even without her proving Dao artifact, she could forcefully break that Order Dao spell. While evading these attacks, she raised her hand, and a phantom of a world manifested behind her. Then, with a downward motion, a black cloud condensed above the sky before releasing a pool of thunder on her opponent. Wang Wei's lips twitched when he saw that phantom. He had long known that fighting paragons was something else. These people simply had too many means, making battles at that level extremely complex. One of these many means was chi/energy. A paragon's soul is so powerful, so it's not hard to imagine how much energy from the source chi space they could control. Most paragons will refine a unique mark they leave in the source chi space, making it easier to forcefully draw energy from that place and use it. There are even techniques that imitate the immortal mansion of immortal kings, allowing the paragons to store a scary amount of energy to use for a later date. Wang Wei has a paragon soul, so he also prepared to refine his source chi mark before confronting the parasites. However, he was forced into this mess before he was completely prepared. He calmed down while thinking of a plan. He smashed the lightning coming his way, but the dispersed powers suddenly turned into sharp blades, to his slight surprise. Wang Wei reacted swiftly, but 2 of the blades pierced his shoulder and tight right. He responded in time to use his true will to protect his soul. She must have spent some time studying immortal spells, Wang Wei analyzed. Such expert use of chi proved 5 feathers' accomplishment. However, this should not be surprising since she had most of the world's resources at her disposal. Considering this fact, her achievements would be less impressive since someone like himself could have done more. Wang Wei sighed as he dealt with the constant bombardment of these chi spells. This fight further proved to him that the older a paragon, the harder they are to deal with. For example, Wu Hong and Qiyuan should have their own source chi mark and energy reserve. But, given how far apart they've achieved the realm of Paragon, Could anyone fathom how much more energy Qiyuan has in reserve? Maybe Wu Hong has found a way to fill that gap, but that method would never be simple. Then, there is the possibility that Qiyuan also has unique methods for amassing qi. These old-timers do not give people the opportunity to rise, Wang Wei complained before focusing on this fight, thinking about how to deal with the situation. My qi flower has a high affinity with the source qi space, so I could use it to gather energy quickly. Wang Wei had already planned for his ability to be the way he makes up the gap with these old cultivators, especially after his ability evolves once he becomes a paragon. With the flower as a medium and my soul, I won't lose much to this projection regarding qi control. I can even create the qi spell versions of my Dao techniques and superimpose their strength. Such a method is one way that top paragons increase their battle strength, which essentially requires them to incorporate the immortal path into the emperor path. This ability is one of the main reasons the immortal path had declined entirely. Qi was supposed to be their thing, but Paragon took it and did it better than them. Wang Wei internally shook his head. He did not want to do that. He realized something. Continuing fighting would reveal his strength and trump cards. The final result will be to destroy one of the Parasites projections. Of course, this will affect Five Feathers' main body, but such an injury is insignificant. With all the resources she had at her disposal, it won't take long to recover. If I want to reveal a trump card, it must be for a genuine injury. He immediately brewed a plan for how to end this fight. Before coming, he had a plan that involved a sneak attack with the other time clone, but he changed his mind. Then, Wang Wei became passive in the fight. He kept evading and defending. Additionally, his face becomes paler and paler as time passes. At some point, Wang Wei summoned his time clone. The thing did sneak attack Five Feathers, but only her shoulder was broken before she repelled the clone. Five Feathers had some reservations after seeing another clone with a Paragon artifact. However, she realized her worries were for nothing. With Wang Wei's current situation, controlling a second Paragon artifact would only put more pressure on his mind. So, she continued using her 5-element Dao to force the order spell backlash. Boom! Five Feathers was about to use a terrifying light spell to end the struggle of these two vermin. A sudden change occurred between heaven and earth, and a vision spread to every corner of the Eternal Ascension world. There were golden lotuses, sounds of the Tao, sacred beasts flying, sages reciting the sutra, immortals showing their loftiness, and even emperors showing their approval. Five Feathers' face became ugly. Any sentient being who saw this vision instantly knew why it was happening. Wang Wei suddenly laughed. Although his voice was slightly weak, Five Feathers easily heard it. Paragons are inherently noble creatures since they are the embodiment of the Tao. The death of even the weakest of them will make heaven and earth mourn for days. However, you people have done so much that once you die, heaven and earth celebrate instead. Five Feathers gritted her teeth and clenched her hand. That vision was a reminder of her future. Once she dies, heaven and earth will not mourn her, they will celebrate instead. Countless people will curse her existence and even wish to dance on her grave. Her infamy will be rewritten in the annals of history. What's with that reaction? Wang Wei chuckled. Shouldn't you have expected this to be your outcome? Don't tell me you expected some kind of dignity upon your death after everything you've done? Stop talking all this nonsense, Five Feathers sneered. I only need not to die. Not dying? Wang Wei looked at her incredulously. Don't you understand that your fate has long been sealed? Had you spent all these years cultivating and raising your strength to the pinnacle of the Paragon realm, you might have a chance at surviving by running away. But now? Wang Wei shook his head. Even if I didn't have the destiny to eliminate all of you, once these Paragons from Limbo return, you wouldn't survive. And even if they never return, do you think any of those two sons will keep you guys alive once you're no longer helpful? You don't know what you're talking about, Five Feathers said with a terrifying killing intent. Is that so? Wang Wei smiled. However, it was not the charming kind, but the kind that made people wish they could beat him up. Maitreya already finds you guys useless and doesn't need you anymore, so she'll definitely eliminate you once she has the chance. Supreme unity is cold and indifferent, meaning it's only a matter of time before he sacrifices you for his gain. So, as I said, your fate was sealed the moment you accepted their offers to become this world's ruler. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1281 Finally Move? What's going on? Despite Wang Wei's careless attitude and his act of riling up 5 feathers, his mind was somewhere else. My feeling is not wrong. Something significant is about to happen in the Heavenly Beauty Palace, and it seems to be an opportunity one should not miss. After figuring this out, Wang Wei knew he had to end this fight as swiftly as possible. Blood Dragon was already dead, meaning it was time to plunder that dragon's territory. Although he's blocked the people from the palace, other bold people who saw the heaven and earth vision will also have the same idea. In that case, let's have the body find out what's so important in that palace while I use the puppet for the plunder, Wang Wei finalized. Bastards, have you said enough? 5 feathers roared. She did not need anyone to remind her of her ultimate fate. She had plenty of advisors who did the same, and she killed all of them already. Divine Judgment, 5 feathers used much of the chi she had reserved to cast a light spell with a wide area effect. The sky turned bright as trillions of sword lights manifested. They descended toward Wang Wei and the time clone with the utmost prejudices. To these lights, these two are the greatest sinners between heaven and earth and must be destroyed or purified. Wang Wei's face became paler as he saw this attack. He immediately acted in tandem with the clone, setting up a formation with their staff artifact. The two made a circular motion above their heads with their staffs, generating a shield that covered them 360 degrees. The light swords purified everything in their path. The laws of heaven and earth stood no chance against them, let alone things like space-time or any sentient life in the surroundings. Crack. A cracking sound echoed between heaven and earth, and it originated from Wang Wei's shield. He gritted his teeth and increased the resonance between the two staffs, allowing him and the clone to repair the crack and raise their defenses. However, soul blood kept dropping from his nose, which was an indication of his current state. 5 feathers sneered after seeing this and used another spell. An incalculable amount of swords suddenly grew from the ground. Damn it, Wang Wei cursed. With these swords, he now had to defend himself from the sky and the earth. Wang Wei used his soul to mobilize the energy between heaven and earth to supplement himself. His actions created a vacuum of energy in the surrounding billion light years. Such an act should have disrupted the cultivation of countless people. Sadly, there was no longer anyone around. Keep struggling, you worm, 5 feathers sneered before using one of her most powerful 5 elements Dao. The backlash immediately caused Wang Wei's shield to be destroyed. He gritted his teeth and did not give up. He worked with the clone to block these attacks with only their staff. They were initially the same, making them perfectly in sync. Additionally, Wang Wei used his ancestors' evading technique, allowing him to survive long enough. However, after a few seconds, the clone could no longer hold and was dispersed. Meanwhile, Wang Wei had a few light and regular swords stuck on his body. Wang Wei looked at 5 feathers with gritted teeth while evading. Then, a look of cruelty flashed in his eyes. Time-space Big Bang. With his spacetime Dao, he condensed infinite spacetime energy into a single point before detonating it. The explosion erased everything between heaven and earth, turning this battlefield into an area full of chaos and temporal anomalies. Wang Wei took this opportunity to run away. "You pesky ant, did you think you could escape?" said a voice full of derisions and mockery. Then, before Wang Wei could run far, a cage of blue energy trapped him. Wang Wei's aura was at its weakest, and now he was trapped. However, the cruelty in his eyes did not dissipate for a second. When 5 feathers saw him, she knew he was not a weak beast at the end of its struggle and was about to surrender or plead for his life. No, this was a trapped beast about to unleash its savagery to survive, no matter the cost. 5 feathers no longer hesitated. In this situation, she knew the best move to end this bastard, a soul attack. A phoenix entered Wang Wei's sea of consciousness, proudly looking down at his weak soul. "Damn you, woman," he yelled. He was so weak that the defense around his sea of consciousness was broken so easily. "Die, you annoying pest," the phoenix said before spewing out terrifying soul flames. Wang Wei reacted swiftly by summoning a pagoda, which was a soul defense technique. However, the phoenix was relentless in her attack, forcing Wang Wei to move deeper into his sea of consciousness as a form of defense. However, Five Feathers could tell he was weakened at an alarming speed. Soul Requiem, Five Feathers no longer hesitated before using her most potent soul attack. The phoenix released the terrifying flames before its feathers became sharp blades and attacked. Lastly, the phoenix released a sonic attack. Wang Wei's face turned ugly as he watched his pagoda explode. However, he reacted in time by condensing his true will into a protective shield around. Finally, I can eliminate this pest and continue our era by at least 100,000 yuan epochs, Five Feathers thought excitedly. According to the rules of heaven and earth, it will take some time before another son of Era or destined one is chosen again. And even when it is, she knew there was no way for that person to be as talented as Wang Wei. If we can eliminate the next one too. She was excited thinking about this possibility. However, her excitement halted when she saw a smirk on the corner of Wang Wei's mouth. His following words sent chills down the phoenix's spine. "Found you," Wang Wei chuckled. His weak soul suddenly received a terrifying amount of energy, revitalizing it and making it more potent. Then, the soul seemed to have become a supreme swordsman capable of cutting everything in its path. Absolute Soul Cut. A terrifying sword flash rushed out of Wang Wei's sea of consciousness. The potency of this attack made the phoenix's face pale, but something worse happened. The attack was not directed at the projection, its target was the main body. Five Feathers was not stupid. She quickly figured out what had happened. Wang Wei lured her into his sea of consciousness by faking weakness, and while she was trying to kill him as soon as possible, he was creating a causality link to her main body. Arg! Wang Wei heard a cry of agony from the karma link, and he recognized that voice. Such a sound was music to his eyes, bringing out some of his masochist tendencies. He smiled before gazing at the phoenix. Damn, this is not over, Five Feathers thought. Of course, it's not over, Wang Wei said, seemingly capable of reading her mind. Five Feathers felt another chill down her spine and swiftly dissipated the phoenix. However, when her main focus returned to her body, it was already too late. A terrifying chain of fate bound the projection. The main Bodis injury weakened it and should have dissipated, but the chains did not allow this to happen. The thing was so overbearing that it forcefully overrode her desires and even some of the rules of heaven and earth. What are you going to do? Five Feathers asked. Make you pay, of course, Wang Wei replied. That soul injury is nothing to you. With your resources, you'll probably recuperate in less than 5,000 yuan epochs. I can't have that, can I? Wang Wei pointed at her, and suddenly, a terrifying white dragon that covered 1/10 of the Eternal Ascension world manifested. No, you bastard, don't do this, Five Feathers yelled. She knew the consequences if something happened to that Chi-Luck dragon. You've enjoyed the blessing of this world's luck for far too long, Wang Wei sneered. The spear of destiny materialized in his hands, and without hesitation, he threw it. The dragon sensed danger and reacted. Its mighty paw blocked the spear, leaving a gushing wound. However, it did stop it from doing more damage. With its current state, it will take a while before destroying the dragon, Wang Wei murmured. In that case, let's boost it. The destiny of all the elite attending the party might not be enough, but what about more people? Wang Wei summoned a projection of the River of Fate to summon the destiny of countless cultivators forcefully. Why is there so little resentment? Wang Wei thought. Using the resentment between heaven and earth was the best way to reduce the resistance to taking, no, borrowing, these people's destiny. However, he discovered that while the people had plenty of personal resentment, it did not form much energy/power between heaven and earth. I should investigate this. Wang Wei had to use the laborious method of gathering these destinies. However, with his current strength, he could cover a fairly decent percentage of Eternal Ascension world. Boom! After being boosted, the spear pierced through the dragon's claw before heading directly through its head. The Chi-Luck dragon roared in agony, but the spear continued attacking until the dragon was about to disperse. However, another change occurred between heaven and earth. A purple chi rushed from another territory and stabilized the dragon, preventing it from collapsing. Taoism's rising dragon purple chi. Did Supreme Unity finally move? Wang Wei frowned. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know it report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1282 Transcendent Technique. Wang Wei observed with a frown. However, after waiting for a few seconds, nothing else happened. That's it? He thought. Did he only act to save her luck? He doesn't want to die. But why didn't he save Blood Dragon? Myriad thoughts flashed in his mind, analyzing the situation. It could be he acted because Blood Dragon just died. Without strong luck to support, that woman won't last long. There is also the possibility there is something special about her among the other parasites, so Supreme Unity wants her to stay alive. This analysis made sense, but he could not think of anything that made Five Feathers special. Her phoenix race was rare, but not to the point of being valued by a half-step transcendent. So, unless I'm missing something, he might have just acted to prevent her eventual death since these people are still useful, Wang Wei analyzed. However, I should still research more about Five Feathers in case she is indeed special, but I don't know. Wang Wei squinted. It did not matter that Five Feathers' luck had not completely collapsed. With his mastery of Luck Dao, such a weak Chi-Luck dragon is not different than a collapsed one. Once he deals with her, he'll use it to his advantage. He turned around, about to leave. It was time for him to plunder. However, Wang Wei noticed the destruction around him. They had destroyed more than half of the ubiquitous hot spring world. Everything was in a state of void and chaos. Wang Wei saw the wail of the trillions of people, both mortals and cultivators, who died in the aftermath of their battles. He saw the remnant of Dao Path's cultivators' inner world. He noticed the scattered immortal Qi or immortal path cultivators. He even detected the residual Dao rhyme of Emperor Path cultivators, who were the only ones who survived this catastrophe since they could revive themselves. Wang Wei shook his head. He tried to bring Five Feathers to a desolate place far away from the heavenly beauty palace and away from life. Sadly, the destructing nature of paragons was too great. It's a miracle the entire world was not destroyed. Of course, Wang Wei knew it would have been best to fight in the Nine-Heaven Desolate Realm, which was the Eternal Ascension world's version of the void battlefield created especially for paragons. However, he does not think he can convince Five Feathers to follow him, nor does he have the strength to force her there. He guessed if he asked her to fight there, that cruel woman might think he cared about ordinary people's lives and cause even more destruction. It's already healing? Wang Wei noticed that the time anomalies created by techniques and the chaotic void were being repaired at an alarming speed. Additionally, the special laws of the ubiquitous hot spring world that allowed it to give birth to unique hot springs were also being repaired at an alarming rate. It seems this hot spring world is a protected area, Wang Wei thought as a sudden realization dawned on him. There are many unique spaces in the Eternal Ascension world, but with how destructive cultivators are, it's odd how these areas survived since the dawn of time. The answer is they are protected areas, meaning Heavenly Tao will pay special attention to them and even repair them after destruction. That also explained why the entire thing was not destroyed, Wang Wei thought. Their battle intensity was enough to destroy this area, but only half suffered. As a protected area, it's apparent that the ubiquitous hot spring area received special treatment from Heavenly Tao, allowing it to suppress the effect of any world-destroying battles. Did Sun Junyao know about this, and that's why she chose this place for her banquet? Wang Wei believed she did, as the location of any plan is a significant part. She must have prepared in case Blood Dragon escaped or someone came to rescue him. Her plan was perfect until the execution. She could not control herself and started acting like a villain by telling her plan, motive, and background, which in turn delayed until someone came to save Blood Dragon, Wang Wei analyzed while shaking his head. Her intelligence is probably close to or on par with a Tao overlord. However, she lacked our absolute over our emotions and, more importantly, our flaws. After observing Sun Junyao briefly, he could tell her mental state was flawed. The worst part is that she knows it but does not know how not to reveal it to others or prevent others from using it against her. That alone disqualified her as a Tao overlord, even a Tao lord. Wang Wei shook his head and no longer focused on Sun Junyao. He quickly calculated whether he could receive some merit if he accelerated the recovery of this world, and the answer was negative since he was the one who contributed to its destruction. So, he left, returning to the Heavenly Beauty Palace. Not bad, Wu Hong said, nodding in satisfaction. I'll give you 8 of 10 for a score. Why not a perfect score? Wang Wei asked. Your opponent was so weak, but you took so long, so that's -1. Lastly, you're obviously not prepared enough for battles at the Paragon level. Of course, I'm not ready, Wang Wei rolled his eyes. He had no plan to fight these parasites now, but this woman made him do it. Wu Hong's actions reminded him of parents who pushed their children into a river so they could learn how to swim in a moment of life and death. Life is full of ups and downs, so we can never be prepared for everything. I'm sure you know this, Wu Hong replied, not taking responsibility for her actions whatsoever. Wang Wei stared at her before sighing. Do you have any spirit healing pill? That backlash was truly nasty. Treating me like a bank, aren't we? Wu Hong stared at him before summoning a green pill. Isn't your love language gift-giving? I'm just helping you express yourself, Wang Wei replied with a smirk as he held the pill. He recognized it as a Supreme Chaos pill, not a Paragon pill. However, this pill could have been refined by a Paragon since, unlike the lower dimension, there are countless methods of refining innate pills in the Eternal Ascension world. Once again, you're getting too comfortable, aren't you? No, I just refuse to deny the natural sparks between us, Wang Wei replied. I'm not denying anything, Wu Hong replied calmly. I just choose rational thinking to prevent trouble down the line. That's fair, Wang Wei nodded. He did not swallow the pill but placed it on his forehead. The pill entered his sea of consciousness and immediately started releasing these blue lights that enveloped everywhere, including his soul and spirit. That's better, Wang Wei groaned softly. Why are you here? Shouldn't you be somewhere, plundering? I sense a unique opportunity in this place, so I return. Oh. Wu Hong scanned the Heavenly Beauty Palace. Is that it? She showed a projection of a room, and Wang Wei squinted. He saw old man Tianji sitting cross-legged and the river of fate materializing above his head, releasing an unknown power into his body. Then, something terrifying occurred. Old man Tianji's cultivation was rapidly increasing. In just a few seconds, his Empyrean soul turned into a Paragon soul, and after a few more seconds, his soul power quantity reached the Paragon level. However, this was not even the end. His cultivation suddenly broke the bottleneck and entered 90% Grand Tao source, but that was not the end. It kept increasing to 91%, 92%. Wait, why does it feel like some of this power belongs to me? Wang Wei did not doubt his intuition and immediately summoned his Bashian turtle shell to use as a medium to take the power that belonged to him. However, he frowned as he realized power became significantly diluted once it reached him. The rest of the power seems to belong to Sun Junyao, Wu Hong commented, and with a wave of her finger, she also took it. Old man Tianji opened his eyes and sighed. With that power, he could have reached 94%, but since these people acted, he only reached the peak of 92%. However, he was okay with it as he had anticipated. Although he hoped it would not happen, but knew the chances were low given Wang Wei's terrifying affinity with Fate Tao. I know this power, Wang Wei commented. It's the same when I changed the fate of the lower dimension and used it to boost my cultivation. Except, this one is 1 billion times more potent. That's a transcendent technique, Wu Hong said with a serious face. By participating in world-changing events and altering the fate of someone or an entire world, he can condense this pure fate power with all kinds of effects. After participating in an event that killed a paragon that controlled 1/10 of a world's luck and injuring another, his cultivation can reach such a terrifying level in an instant. The room was instantly quiet. Wu Hong and Wang Wei knew how terrifying such a technique was. With the strength, how easy was it to influence an entire world? How about killing paragon? With such a technique, it's easy to imagine how terrifying the force behind it is. The number of paragons must be astronomical. Are those two so powerful? Wang Wei asked. No, Wu Hong replied with absolute certainty. This event has proven to me there is a vast difference in strength between people in their realm. The difference might be larger than a peak boundless paragon and immortal. We made the right choice not to settle for these incomplete methods. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know your report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1283 Do not speak his name in vain. Wang Wei nodded. Everything is connected, and in the path of cultivation, the foundation is fundamental. Most cultivators believe that the Tao foundation stopped mattering after the Emperor realm. However, that is far from the truth. According to Wang Wei's calculation, the minimum requirement for someone to become a paragon is a failed 9-extremity foundation. Without it, the chances of surviving the immeasurable tribulation have drastically decreased. Furthermore, Wu Hong told him that the Tao foundation would become extremely important in the half-step transcendent realm. It's not just the Tao foundation, but the cultivator's achievements and so on will also play a role in their strength. With today's events, he also understood that how a cultivator achieves transcendence will affect their strength and maybe even whether they can achieve a higher level. I always thought the cardinals achieved their strength by making a deal with Grand Tao to work for the latter with their eventual freedom. Maybe, they also cannot reach higher levels due to how they achieved their strength, Wang Wei thought. He was not sure about this analysis, but if it's true, the fate cardinal position is a pit, and under no circumstance should I accept it, Wang Wei thought. Previously, he might have considered accepting the position if everything else fails. After all, no matter what, it's a way of making high strides toward the path of transcendence. As a last resort, Wang Wei would not mind spending countless epochs serving as the fate cardinal before regaining his freedom and pursuing higher levels. However, if this position cut his path forward, he would rather die than take it. By the way, did you memorize all the Tao rhymes of this technique? Wang Wei asked. I've only registered about 65% of it. I got everything, Wu Hong nodded. A transcendent technique was precious to even someone in their realm. Although it was not a path to achieve transcendent but an application of transcendent strength, its worth is beyond words, especially for her to complete her 3,800 Tao seals. What do you want to do with him? She asked. Can we do anything? Believe it or not, we will all die if we touch him, Wang Wei replied calmly. Oh, did you think of something? Wu Hong asked. It's not hard to figure out if you think hard enough. What do people of that level pursue? Higher levels, Wu Hong replied. Yes, and no matter how many paragons they've cultivated, it's meaningless to them. Wu Hong squinted as she immediately realized what he meant. They all have his name and are essentially clones of him. Exactly, and if he can cultivate them to the half-step transcendent realm, he could use them to borrow strength or even fuse with them to achieve higher realms, Wang Wei sighed. He figured it out so quickly because that's precisely what he would have done. That old man Tianji must have been planning this for heaven knows how long. Who knows how many half-step transcendents he must have cultivated and swallowed. I'm sure this technique has some limits, but even so, I reckon he must have walked very far on the transcendent path. Boom! The world trembled slightly, and everything stopped, all cultivators, matter, energy, and even the rules of heaven and earth. Only 2 people were not affected, Wang Wei and Wu Hong. Then, a pair of eyes appeared above the sky, glancing at them. 2 little ants figured out my plan. A deep voice echoed between heaven and earth. Wu Hong and Wang Wei immediately felt a few running deep through their souls. This was not because of their character or flaw in their mind, but the instinct reaction of a creature meeting a higher life form. However, even as lower life forms, these two were extraordinary. They remained calm, controlled their body's natural instincts, and calmly looked at that pair of eyes. "Interesting," said the voice before looking in the distance. Two people who were fighting were now looking at him. One of them was indifferent, but the latter sent a warning. However, he did not care. Although they were in the same realm, these two were too weak, so the eyes focused on the ants. "I command you to be able to keep calm in the situation," said the pair of eyes. "However, you know too much." A colossal hand descended from the heavens toward these two. He did not want information about his plan to get out. Although a few people on his level suspected his plan, no one knew for sure. Additionally, he could tell these two were highly talented, with the potential to reach his level, especially that woman. After seeing her, he felt a tiny threat. Although it was nothing to him, what cultivation were they? One was a towering mountain, and the other was an ant, yet the ant could threaten the mountain. Just the fact she was a threat proved her potential. If any of these two reached his level, they could use this information to scheme against him. Old man Tianji did not want to leave such a flaw and possible threat behind. As the hand descended, Wang Wei and Wu Hong were powerless. Their bodies could not move, and their minds worked at turtle-like speed. Wu Hong could not even activate the seals in her sea of consciousness, and she panicked a little. She had so much hope and potential, so how could she die here? Meanwhile, Wang Wei was calm, so calm that it could be described as carefree. This was not the first time he had met those transcendent big bosses, and he could predict what would happen next. And, as expected, the hand stopped midway. Old man Tianji had to stop as he felt two terrifying killing intent locking him. It was so intense that a chill ran from his soul, through his spine, and down into his feet. He quickly scanned the source and discovered they originated from the upper stream of the River of Time. He tried to find who it was but to no avail, but he knew that if he continued his actions, even one of those killing intent was enough to eliminate him. So, that's how it is, he thought, secretly sighing. He understood what was happening and quickly thought through time. "Senior, forgive my ignorance." "Scram," said a beautiful, almost angelic voice. It was too bad it was extremely cold, so old man Tianji did not dare enjoy it. "Thank you for your generosity," he swiftly said. He took one last glance at the eternal ascension world. How stupid I was. I know this world was a source of trouble, but I acted so brazenly. He had heard of the all-seeing temple's prophecy and had prepared for the upcoming chaos. However, old man Tianji was convinced he could survive this forthcoming catastrophe. Better yet, he might take this opportunity to reach new heights. However, after today's events, he realized he was too confident. If he's not prepared, even someone like himself might fall into the upcoming disaster. No, my preparations are not nearly enough, old man Tianji thought. He decided to accelerate the speed of his actions. Before that, he must summon all the people who bore his name. So, he focused on the one in the Heavenly Beauty Palace and the one in the lower dimension. He has a karmic relationship with that boy, I mean that senior. Maybe he will become a more valuable pawn by staying here. After pondering it briefly, he took the one in the palace and left the one in the lower dimension. Old man Tianji disappeared, and the time of the world started to flow again. No one noticed what had happened beside four people. Quite anticlimactic, isn't it? Wang Wei sighed. Was that? Wu Hong asked, thinking of the unknown origin of that clone that complicated her love life. Yeah. Wu Hong sighed. The last time she felt this powerless was during the ultimate taboo. Thinking about how she had to experience such a terrible feeling again because of that bastard, she became angry. Why are you always causing trouble? From what I know, you're not born with the fate of a disaster star. Why are you blaming me? Isn't this your fault? If you so blatantly say his name, do you think he would have noticed little ants like us? Wang Wei smiled wryly as she was correct. He was so used to using Maitreya and Supreme Unity names like it was nothing that he had forgotten a fundamental truth. do not say the name of higher beings in vain. Even great emperors can sense someone using their name or title, let alone these transcendent species. That's indeed my fault, and I apologize, Wang Wei said, and Wu Hong snorted coldly. I know it's a terrible feeling realizing how weak and insignificant we are, Wang Wei continued. However, isn't this the best motivation for us? One day, we will stand at their level and even surpass it. They had this confidence since there were many signs that they'd succeeded already. Although it was not 100% guaranteed, this fact was enough to give them more confidence than 99% of all sentient beings. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know it report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1284 Plunder. Wait, Wang Wei said. Were you scared? He asked, looking directly into her eyes. Wu Hong was calm, but he knew her better than he knew the back of his hands, so he saw the signs. By the blessing of the Tao, Wang Wei said in shock before laughing out loud. The proud and mighty Empress Wu has such a moment of weakness. This is the greatest day of my life. I don't know what kind of delusion your mind has conjured, but don't involve me, Wu Hong replied calmly. Sadly, Wang Wei ignored her words. This moment will feed my existence for trillions of yuan epochs. No, for eternity, Wang Wei continued. I will tell everyone, especially our kids. I can picture it now. When I tell them of the one time I saw their scary mother trembling in fear. Yes, I can see it. Their tiny eyes became wide in shock. Then, they'll look at me in disbelief, wondering whether the emotion known as fear could even be associated with their mother in the slightest. By the grace of the ancestors, this is truly the greatest moment of my life. Wang Wei's joy was palpable, almost illuminating the private room. Meanwhile, Wu Hong was gloomy. If you dare utter a word, the things they'll do to you could no longer be described as unspeakable, she warned. It doesn't matter, Wang Wei replied, his face showing a hint of unparalleled confidence. No matter what trials and tribulations you put me through, no matter what darkness, the fact that you were once scared is enough for me to survive anything. You. Wang Wei grinned in response. Then, a cunning light flashed in Wu Hong's eyes. Her demeanor suddenly changed as she became sad and even docile. Such a temperament immediately made any man wish they could protect her. She materialized a tissue and started crying. How can you be so cruel? This is the first time I've shown such a vulnerable side to you, but now, you're weaponizing it against me and even our future children. How can you do such a thing? Wang Wei stood before her in shock. In his wildest dream, he never thought that would be her reaction. The rudeness of the situation and Wu Hong's current state instantly made him want to reach over and reassure her that he was just joking. Luckily, he immediately woke up and realized what was happening. Well played, he praised in his mind. Unfortunately, she had met her match. Okay, your little act won't work on me. Your future self sent a clone in the past to prevent me from having a harem. Our relationship was destined to have some toxicity. Accept this loss and move on. You bastard. Wu Hong said, returning to her calm and authoritative self. This is not over, she declared after putting the tissue away. I'm sure it's not, Wang Wei smiled. They have an eternity to spend together, so it's great for their relationship to have its uniqueness. Otherwise, they will face the same fate as most Dao partners, getting bored of each other. By the way, why were you scared? Didn't you already guess about our future selves? Of course I have, Wu Hong replied. But I'm not as crazy as you to put so much faith in my so-called future self. Have you never wondered whether these people protected us as our future selves? What if they are someone else pretending to be? And even if they are ourselves, who knows how much we've changed? At their levels, the past might not matter much to them. Wu Hong sighed. The entire situation seems ridiculous and unnecessarily complicated to me. Wang Wei nodded. Of course, he's thought of all these questions and possibilities. All I can say is firstly, we cannot interfere in these battles yet, so we have no choice but to believe. Secondly, there are no signs of a problem so far, so all I can do is keep calm, retain that level of faith, and keep my guard up if I detect or deduce some kind of anomaly. Wu Hong looked in the distance. In this overtly complex situation, his mindset was the best choice. It seems I must enter the dark truth as soon as possible. She realized that since the ultimate taboo, she might have become conservative in her actions. Otherwise, after so many years, as long as she took the risk and left the Eternal Ascension world, there are plenty of ways to heal her injuries and return to peak strength. Don't you have plundering to do? Wu Hong said, looking at him. Damn it. Wang Wei almost forgot. Wait. Here. Wu Hong handed him the power of fate she took from old man Tianji. This is Sun Zhenyo's share. Give it to her. Wang Wei nodded before teleporting away. Wu Hong calmly watched him leave, and a few seconds later, she smiled. She was correct in thinking he could bring some colors to her life. Let's continue observing before making any final decisions. Although she had a favorable view of him, this was not something she could decide after only 2 meetings. Anyway, they had eternity before them, so there was no need to rush. Wang Wei teleported to the domineering dragon realm. He scoffed at the name as he knew the blood dragon changed it after taking control of this territory. Wang Wei immediately detected countless energy powers, so he focused on the largest one. He saw countless people attacking this beautiful palace, which was surrounded by auspicious clouds, dragons roaming around, and floating in the void as a massive ocean held it up. A powerful shield surrounded the palace, and no matter how many people attacked it, it remained intact. The Dragon Palace, Wang Wei muttered. This was Blood Dragon's primary residence, meaning it was the place with the most outstanding amount of resources. Wang Wei flew to his people. Sect Master, you're finally here, Wang Qi said. He recognized the latter from his aura despite Wang Wei still being inside the puppet. What's the situation? With the help of the changing Fate Hall and the Fate Guard, we've plundered the most powerful branches, outposts, and allies, Wang Qi explained. The Blood Dragon ruled trillions of worlds, universes, domains, and realms. As such, he needed help to control such vast territories, so he had many branches and allies scattered in his territory. So, that only leaves the Dragon Palace, Wang Wei nodded. Yes, but with the Paragon Array, we're powerless, Wang Qi replied. Additionally, someone already went in? Oh. I think it was Sun Junyao, Wang Qi continued. Her people were already waiting, but once she arrived, she used an array-breaking talisman to make a hole in this place's defense and entered. Wang Wei frowned. Where is Red Mask? She and many of her people were already inside before the formation was activated, but we've lost contact. She should have contacted us if her mission had succeeded, Wang Wei commented, thinking about his next step. He could not wholly rely on Red Mask now that he knew Sun Junyao had entered. By the time she takes control of the array and opens a path for them, Sun Junyao might have already plundered the best resources. Even though no Paragon is controlling the array, it will take me too long to use brute force to enter, Wang Wei analyzed. However, since Sun Junyao could enter with an array-breaking talisman, it means the formation is not at its peak, so maybe I can use a similar method. Wang Wei did not have a rank 12 array-breaking talisman, but he could try other ways. The array virus? He immediately shelled this idea. In the lower dimension, the idea of the array virus was elevated to Emperor tier, but it was useless for a Paragon array unless it could be further improved. However, that was impossible in such a short period. In that case, I can only use a more direct and radical method, Wang Wei concluded before summoning his people. Monk, his wife, the second prince, and everyone else stopped attacking the array and regrouped with Wang Wei. So, he took them to the edge of the Dragon Palace's shield and used his Order Disorder Dao. Wang Wei used the same technique from his fights against Five Feathers, except his target was this array shield. He did not target the entire thing but made a hole deep enough for their team to enter. Such a clever maneuver allowed him to achieve his goal while drastically minimizing the potency of the willpower backlash. Let's go, Wang Wei said as he led everybody inside. The group's action caught the other people's attention, so a few clever people thought this might be their chance to enter, so they rushed into the hole. Sadly for them, Wang Wei's team did not take kindly to these leeches. The poison demoness waved her hand to leave a nasty poison gas before the entrance, instantly killing a few Dao rulers and one Empyrean. The gas dissipated after the team entered, and the hole in the formation healed itself. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know it report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1285 Plunder, 2, Unedited Chapter. The void fluctuated before opening up and releasing a group of people, primarily women and less than 5 men, one of whom was Xiaotiandi. The group calmly landed before looking around. Palace Lord, do we really have to give up the array's central area? Asked one of the women. That woman is powerful. Even if I can take her down, it will take too long, thus delaying our chances of getting more resources, Sun Junyao replied calmly. But we're the only ones who have entered the palace. Our competition is not only those people outside, but the people from the palace, said the announcer, Sun Tong, in her straight and direct manner. Now that the blood dragon has died, how many people will remain loyal? They haven't started plundering because they hope their leader's Dao mark remains intact. I see, nodded the palace lady, who felt unwilling they had to give up the central array hub. That woman, Xiaotiandi said with a frown. She might be one of Wang Wei's people. Oh. Sun Junyao paused. She had now figured out that Wang Wei was the one she was waiting for. What makes you say that? The strength she exploded with her was the power of fate. Young master, although fate is a rare Dao, countless cultivators are on that path. That's not enough for you to determine it was him, Sun Tong said. I know that, Xiaotiandi replied, almost rolling his eyes. There are 3 reasons why I believe she's one of his people. 1, her aura is similar to his. Although she tried to hide it, I sensed it. Secondly, it's the fact she was here. From how Wang Wei operates, it should not be a problem for him to predict Blood Dragon's death after seeing the master's projection and prepare beforehand for the looting. Now that you mention it, someone blocked my palace to prevent news from coming and leaving, Sun Junyao commented. That power was terrifying, so she had to use the strength from the palace, a supreme chaos artifact, to leave after killing Blood Dragon. She also sensed a battle in the distance with fluctuation that was the exact origin of the one blocking her palace. That is how he operates, Xiaotiandi sneered. Well, I'm still not convinced, Sun Tong continued. She was not being difficult just for the sake of being unpleasant. Sun Tong has noticed the young master has formed a rivalry with a man named Wang Wei, which is not a bad thing. According to her speculation, this rivalry is one of the primary reasons the young master got his act together. However, she also noticed he tends to exaggerate Wang Wei's abilities and prowess. She doesn't want him to create a mythical version of his rival and become disappointed once he doesn't meet expectations. Sun Tong fears that such a realization will spiral into a situation where the young master returns to his former decadent self. The Lord's Shadow Technique is a worldwide famous technique from the Dao opening sect capable of cultivating powerful and loyal subordinates at a relatively low cost, Xiaotiandi explained. Master made me fight an imprint who was a shadow, so I recognized that technique from the woman. Sun Tong frowned. Your friend should have just ascended, but that woman's strength reached the peak of the Empyrean realm. Wang Wei is already an everlasting Empyrean, and his cultivation is probably near the peak, Xiaotiandi replied with a wry smile. Sun Tong was quiet. She thought her young master had exaggerated things, but he chose a true monster as his rival. She did not know whether this was good or bad, so she glanced at the palace lord, but it seemed the latter was thinking about something else. Master, what is our next step? Sun Junyao pondered. Since he's the one who protected me from the revenge of the Parasites, I should return the favor. She decided not to compete for the resources in this place. However, I still need to get what's mine. Before his death, Blood Dragon sealed her access to his dimension. Although it was now in Sun Zhenyo's possession, she could not access all its wealth. We need to find one of Blood Dragon's descendants, Sun Junyao said. She had tried using his bloodline to access that dimension, which almost worked. However, Blood Dragon was truly petty and predicted her actions, thus leaving preventive measures. Now, Sun Junyao will try another way, copy his descendants' bloodline and use them to access that dimension. Let's go, Sun Junyao. She knew that the lustful blood dragon had a few children before proving the Tao, and luckily, one of them when he was an Empyrean. Her mission will have been accomplished as long as she gets her hands on one of them. Outside the palace, Wang Wei's team landed on the vast ocean supporting the Dragon Palace. They were less than 20 light years from the entrance, but this was just one step for people like them. However, an army of soldiers suddenly appeared, dressed in silver dragon armor. All trespassers will die, said the dragon army before pointing their spears toward the group. They were perfectly in sync, and the killing intent released by them showed they were well trained and had seen blood. An army of emperors and empyreans, commented the flesh demon. Well, given these people's resources, I shouldn't be surprised. Their weapons, it's all empyrean artifacts, added the flame blacksmith. This army comprised at least 500,000 individuals, yet each held such a powerful weapon. Wang Wei frowned the moment he saw these people. Something feels wrong, Monk said. Indeed, Wang Wei nodded. Poison, flesh, go test them out. The two demons did not hesitate before immediately attacking this army with all their strength. However, the devastating destruction that many anticipated did not appear. The army activated its formation, which gathered its power to condense two Dharma images above its heads that directly confronted the flesh and poison demons. The poison demon's poison was excellent for large-scale killing, so even with the Dharma image's effort, numerous soldiers died in the aftermath. However, as soon as one person dies, a light descends from the sky, and another solder replaces the missing one, ensuring the formation remains in peak shape. This is an illusion formation, said Jia Ping, the second prince. His double pupil finally saw the truth. I was thinking there was no way for anyone to cultivate such an elite army, the puppet demon nodded. The world finally made sense to him. You're only saying this because of your ignorance, Monk said. He knew top lineages like the barbarian race or those overlords had large armies of empyreans, let alone this one that consisted mainly of great emperors. The puppet demon looked at him before looking away. He couldn't beat this bastard, so there was no point in arguing with him and possibly suffering humiliation. It seems the people inside have activated the other formations to prevent us from entering, Dulgun commented. She shook her head. None of this would have happened had they been the first to enter. What now? Monk said before flicking his finger. He released an enormous force that instantly annihilated the two Dharma images and the entire army. However, as expected, they immediately recondensed. Even if we know this is an illusion formation, it does not mean we can escape. The enemy's purpose was probably to trap them here and even force them to fight until exhaustion with these illusions. Additionally, even if they knew they were in an illusion, it did not mean that these soldiers' attacks were suddenly invalid to them. A Paragon tier array would not have such an apparent weakness. Jia Ping, let me borrow your power, Wang Wei said calmly. No problem, Lord. Jia Ping's eyes suddenly returned to normal, while Wang Wei suddenly had the double pupil. Wang Wei did not waste time and immediately found a few operational flaws in this array and placed temporary seals on them. The soldiers suddenly became illusory before completely disappearing. However, the team did not have time to rejoice before something else attacked them. A terrifying pressure descended from the heavens, rendering them immobile. Then, countless void tears leading to heaven knows where appeared around them. The attraction from these tears was genuinely terrifying. This should be an exile array. Do something, or who knows where we'll be teleported to, Dulgun hurriedly said. These tears could lead anywhere, including some forbidden spaces in primordial chaos or the source chi space. Although rare, they could also directly lead to another chaos world. I'm on it, Monk said. His muscles trembled to release enough strength to break off from the restraints on him. Then, he manifested a colossal golden giant above his head. The giant palmed downward, releasing a terrifying pressure that closed all the tears. Everyone sighed in relief. It's not over, Wang Wei said calmly, bringing bad news to them. The sky above their heads suddenly turned dark, and everyone's faces turned pale. Their danger senses were activated, and a terrifying warning of death was constantly reverberating in their mind. This is... Wang Wei thought, noticing something. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1286 Plunder 3, That's the Power of Nothingness, Wang Wei thought. He focused, and as expected, that's the power he was familiar with. The Dragon Palace used nothingness to create this potent killing formation. If there were any other people involved, they might die or, at the minimum, be severely injured after dealing with such power. Unfortunately for them, they met Wang Wei. This is a great opportunity, Wang Wei realized. Nothingness-based formations are extremely rare because of the materials required and the fact that most array masters refuse to install them due to the danger. Unless they spent years studying it, most array masters are unfamiliar with this kind of power, meaning it's easy for them to make mistakes in the installation process. However, the slightest mistake also means their deaths and everyone/everything around them. By controlling that formation, I can gather enough nothingness power to condense my wheel and enter the battle taboo realm, Wang Wei analyzed with excitement. It seems my luck is on the uptake. As soon as Wang Wei had these thoughts, he paused as he realized something. Besides a few minor setbacks, my luck has constantly risen since my ascension. And after today's haul, no, after my training with the future wife, it should reach its peak. He squinted. After luck reaches its peak, there is only one way for it to go, down. In other words, Wang Wei can already predict that his life will not be so good once he's done training with Wu Hong. I must be ready, he thought. He realized that Supreme Unity was the only person who could truly make his life miserable. In other words, the latter should be making a significant move soon. A sense of urgency suddenly loomed over Wang Wei. However, he also understood this was not the time to be worrying. He no longer wasted time being distracted and summoned his nothingness will to control the upcoming power, allowing their team to navigate this killing array unharmed. He used nothingness for his flesh enlightenment. How crazy is this guy, Monk thought as he saw how Wang Wei dealt with this situation. The barbarian race is masters of body refiners, so they've tried a few times to walk the path of nothingness throughout their history. Unfortunately, everyone brave enough to use that concept, except for one, died tragically as their bodies, souls, and Tao were extinguished by the very power they had tried to control. The only survivor was an inextinguishable paragon who wanted to change his concept from eternity to nothingness. To that barbarian's credit, he made excellent achievements in the path of nothingness during his attempt. His achievements were even higher than Wang Wei. According to Wang Wei's division of the power nothingness, there are 4 stages: intangible, void, emptiness, and true nothingness. Wang Wei was currently at the peak of the void stage, and once he achieves taboo with this power, he'll enter the emptiness stage. That barbarian reached the peak of the emptiness stage. Sadly, he made the same mistake as everyone who tried to walk this path, trying to control true nothingness in one step. According to Wang Wei's recent speculations, he'll only achieve true nothingness after entering the half-step transcendent realm. That barbarian did not understand this and almost died in his attempt to control true nothingness. Luckily, he was a wise man and controlled his greed. At the last moment, he abandoned this path despite it looking like he was so close. While Monk and Dulgun, the only ones who recognized Wang Wei's feat, were in awe of his actions and accomplishment, the latter finally led the team into the Dragon Palace. However, Monk learned an essential lesson from this experience: only crazy people can become anomaly-level talents. There is no need for me to hesitate any longer, Monk thought. He listened to Wang Wei's suggestion that he may need to enter the taboo battle realm to be considered an anomaly, and he's been deducing a technique to do so. He succeeded with his Supreme Chaos Treasure, which helps people create techniques. However, only partially, since all his calculations said he would explode and die instead of increasing his fighting abilities. His wife, usually the voice of reason, convinced him to take things slow and not rush into trying this method. He agreed with her, but now, he decided to rush things by asking Wang Wei for advice. Although that would result in him releasing information about a technique that allowed someone to achieve taboo, he did not care. This technique is flawed, and he might never finish it without proper guidance. After entering the Dragon Palace, Wang Wei saw a small army of 1,000 men waiting for them. This army was the same as the illusion, except this one was real. No, they were more potent since they were all Empyreans. However, he did not want to waste more time, so he annihilated them with one staff smash. Now, he needed to ponder what their next step was. Wang Wei wanted to go directly to the central array hub to control the nothingness array. However, he knew this was not the best utilization of their manpower. Since he tasked Red Mask with a mission, he should trust her to succeed. "We will divide from here," Wang Wei said. "I'll go to the treasury to secure it. Monk, your task is controlling the alchemy room and the other professions. Capture these professions alive. We need them to work for us." Wang Wei was in desperate need of capable professionals, especially after today's event. The people from the Changing Fate Hall have amassed an absurd amount of resources, so there is the possibility they'll stop relying on the hall, at least, not for a couple 100,000 yuan epochs. Luckily, Wang Wei had predicted this and prepared. He sent his people to accompany these mercenaries. He tasked them to focus on taking finished products during the raid and leave the rare materials or resources to the hall members. He did this so these people would have no choice but to rely on the hall to turn these rare resources into finished products like pills, talismans, and artifacts. However, he also needed many professionals for his plans to work, so he targeted Blood Dragon's team. "I can go with him," the Flame Blacksmith suggested. "No problem," Wang Wei said. "Dulgun, your task is the Spiritual Medicine Garden. Puppet Demon will be under your management. Jiaping, your goal is the Blood Dragon's cultivation room." The second prince's eyes lit up as he realized the importance of such a find. Any places that a higher being like Paragon has cultivated for so long will be embedded with an incalculable amount of Dao rhymes, turning it into a cultivation holy land. Not to mention, there must be countless precious arrays in such a place to accelerate Blood Dragon's practice. Flesh and Poison Demon, your task is to find where the Blood Dragon kept his luck-condensing artifact. He might have kept it on him, so it's fine if you don't find it. Wang Wei was convinced that the Blood Dragon's personal dimension was in Sun Zhenyo's hands, so he did not search for it. "The rest of you need to make as much noise as possible to distract and disperse their forces," Wang Wei continued. "Especially you, Cursed Demon. Spread a nasty curse around to cause chaos." "As you wish, boss." Wang Wei nodded. There were plenty more crucial areas in this place, for example, the library or the unique secret realms with rare resources or training experiences. However, these things could be left for later after securing these main areas and controlling the palace. The last thing he wanted was for the remains of the Blood Dragon people to destroy these areas out of spite and leave them with nothing. Wang Wei was about to disperse the group when he thought of something. He pointed at everyone and released a gray light into their bodies. "You might encounter a Tier 12 creation life form, and this should send you away to safety." Wang Wei was not sure whether Blood Dragon had cultivated any Tier 12 creation creatures. It's possible since creations cannot disobey their creators. However, it's also possible the dragon was paranoid, and out of fear of being betrayed and having his power usurped, he never created any. After all, although creation lifeforms can't betray their master on their own, it's something else if someone intervenes. Although rare, it's not as rare as an Eternal's avatar betraying them. "Alright, let's move," Wang Wei said before disappearing. He broke through countless spatial layers and a few dimensions before finding the treasury location. And, as expected, there was a gatekeeper, which surprised him slightly. A Dao monarch, Wang Wei thought. And an insurgent? He was confused because this man did pose a threat to him, but it was very low. That can only mean he's using a Paragon artifact to become an insurgent. Wang Wei focused. Although this kind of insurgent was the lowest level, and many people do not even acknowledge their status, he would still take it seriously. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know your report so we can fix it as soon as possible. You're tuning in to the Carefree Valley YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.